Good morning, everybody. What a pleasure it is to welcome you all live from the Aspar Circuit near the beautiful city of Valencia in Spain. Welcome, everybody, for finals day as part of the FIA Motorsport Games 2024. A pleasure to be here. My name is Guillaume Alvarez. I will be once again your voice, eyes and ears for the third and last day of competition as part of the cross-car mini, junior and senior competitions as part of 26 different series featuring almost 650 competitors all throughout the week here in Valencia in the different locations on the east side of Spain. There's been a beautiful event and we are about to conclude it on a high. As you can see, the conditions are met. It is still very early here, just a few minutes before 8 o'clock local time, as we get ourselves ready to follow the first race of the schedule. We're going to have quite a good pile of it throughout the course of the morning, starting with the senior category of the cross car series. We left you yesterday with a number of qualifying heats. Thank you very much indeed for tuning in on the YouTube channel of the FIA Motorsport Games. Now, we're ready for another day of intense racing in the off-road section. Cross-car is to off-road racing what karting is to circuit racing, pretty much established for the upcoming stars from rally and off-road competition to build a craft, driving small off-road buggies powered by those motorbike engines. We have the seniors, some of the best drivers in the world in the cross-car competition, getting themselves ready for heat number 3. The first race of the morning before we get ourselves into the semi-final and finals for all 3 categories. But we had a little bit of a delay into the schedule, so a slightly different program than originally expected for this Sunday of racing. We're starting early with the third rotation of qualifying heats, starting with the seniors. We're going to have 3 races in this class alone to establish the starting order for the semi-final and then the final later on. On your screen, on the starting grid to the left side, is David Mea, the Frenchman. 2 years ago, he was a gold medalist on Homme Sol in Paul Ricard. He's a 3-time European champion, currently European champion in the cross-car series. He's the man to beat. He's the one that everybody is looking up to in order to be beaten. He's the main favorite. David Mea is going to have Nathan Ottink by his side. The Dutchman is an interesting prospect as well. He's currently the European champion in the junior class, stepping to the senior just for this event before making his way to the category for next season. Nathan Ottink is certainly one to watch for as well. Maciej Lakowski will be alongside him on the first row of the grid. Row number 2 will see Felix Budelmeier and Alan Sintes. Then row number 3, Eric Stenzold, Manuel Loyola, Martin Yuga, and at the back end on his own on row number 4 is Adam Kotarska. A total of 9 drivers, as you can see on the left side. 5 laps to go through for this qualifying heat. 3 races in total, 9 drivers to start with, twice 25 competitors in total in this cross-car senior series. The green flag at the back, the green flag very soon at the front. It's waving, and once the light goes green, we're going to be good to go for the first race of the finals there in Aspar, Valencia. Get yourselves ready, ladies and gentlemen. The light goes green, and we go racing. Great start from David Mea from the inside as well. Larowski Bodelmeyer taking the upper end into the first turn. That was a cracking start still for David Meyer, who was able to get himself still in the lead on the inside of turn number 1. Here we go through those 800 meters and 35 on this track of Aspar. 11 turns to go through. Cracking start on the number 14. David Meyer from pole position. He has the experience of those conditions. The track is very much green. There was no warm-up session to get us started. We just go straight into the racing due to those schedule changes from yesterday, but it doesn't seem to be bothering David Meyer that much as we conclude lap number 1, 5 in total. Look at them sliding, already trying to find a little bit of a grip outside and inside that racing line. Being careful where you put your wheels. A couple of standing water patches here and there, but the track is very much suitable and practical for racing. David Meyer just had a cracking start and get away into that opening lap, leading for 1.5 seconds. Oh, and Martin Juga. Disaster for Martin Juga. Quite unfortunate for the Estonian driver. It's about to be a DNF, I'm afraid, as we had Alan Sintes from Brazil, who did not start this race. Well, here's an information. We had one driver missing on that grid. Alan Sintes from Brazil did not start, and we're missing another competitor with Martin Juga. That's quite unfortunate for the Live driver. He was disqualified in his qualifying practice series 2 days ago due to technical non-conformity with his fan fairing. That didn't seem to put his weekend jeopardy at the time, collecting some strong results, putting himself at the forefront of that grid. But unfortunately, that's a DNF. As you can see, is stuck in a quite difficult position, I'm afraid. This is just on the inside of turn number 9, coming back into the last sector of the track. Not the easiest position either for the marshals to try to remove the car. They're going to have to wait until the end of that first qualifying heat. But for David Meyer, building the gap up to 2.4 seconds on Nathaniel Tink. Maciej Lakowski down in P3. Then we have Felix Bodelmeyer 4th, P5 for Eric. And Eric Stensold, as I mentioned his name, as being overtaken by Adam Kotaska for P5. And Manuel Loyola at the back end of the classification. But David Meyer, we follow him through the turn right and turn left, trying to avoid the live machine of Martin Juga, stuck onto the fence there, stuck onto the side of the track in a quite an unfortunate turn of event. We didn't get to see if it was a result of a driver error, maybe something to do with a contact with another competitor. But as a result, that's 2 drivers out of this race so far. Into the last lap, David Meyer, the Frenchman, the top favorite of the cross car series, on his way to what will be victory number 2. And number 13, Loyola at the back end, as he completes enters his second lap, Loyola. But David Meyer, in the meantime, number 13, there he comes, the Frenchman, driving his way through, sliding his way through into turn number 11, and seeing the checkered flag for the first time today as a winner once again. Yesterday in the senior class, we had left you with 2 wins for David Meyer, so it's 3 races in the qualifying phase and 3 wins for David Meyer. We had 1 win for Jonathan Ililami, 1 win for Enholm, and 1 win as well for Ivan Pina Chinchilla. 2 wins for Enholm so far. So the Swedish driver and the French David Meyer are the one to look for into this cross-car senior series. That's victory number 3 for David Meyer at the end of this opening qualifying heat of the day. As Nathaniel Tink is taking second place from Maciej Lakowski, Felix Bodelmeyer P4 from Adam Kotaska, Eric Stensold, Manuel Loyola, and unfortunately the loss of Martin Juga, DNF, after that certainly would have been the result of a contact onto the dirt, and Alan Sintes from Brazil didn't take part into this first qualifying heat. That's it for the seniors. We're going to have them back, of course, in no time before the first rotation of the mini category is going to take possession of the track. So the schedule for today, as you can see, the drivers making their way back to the washing area and then the Parc Fermé and back to the paddock near the Aspar Circuit. If you find yourself in the area of Valencia, please pay us a visit, as we are one of the locations of the FIA Motorsport Games. Let's take a breather and then we go back on track for the mini. The mini category is upon us as part of the FIA Motorsport Games 2024, the third edition of the Olympics of Motorsport after Vallelunga in Italy 2019. Marseille and the Aspar Circuit back in 2022. We find ourselves on the east coast of Spain in the region of Valencia, not only on this Aspar Circuit but also deep into the countryside and onto the Ricardo Tormo Circuit to allow the 26 series to be run, making part of 646 competitors in total. This edition of the FIA Motorsport Games has seen a huge rise in participation, 646 competitors and athletes, while 2 years ago we had about 463, would you believe. In total, 82 nations are represented, 72 in 2022 and about 49 5 years ago. And a new addition to the scheme of the cross-car series. This is the second time that we get to see the cross-car as part of the games, and the first time that we have the mini category. And as you can see, if you were not with us yesterday, this is a slightly different size of machine for those little buggies of those youngsters between 8 and 12 years of age. So what's going to happen now is that the two drivers that we have on track, we had them yesterday, but we're going to have a first rotation of races that we had yesterday. So that means that we're going to do a restart. So that's the results of yesterday that are being taken away, and we're going to take the same drivers and make them compete again. First, with this one, as we have Livari Manisto and Michael Aska, and then the next race, the next two competitors who are going to have to be facing themselves twice will be on track just after. This will be Okstra and Leidvi. The light goes green, and here we go. 2 laps, 2 competitors. That's a new addition to the cross-car scheme of things, and a new format. This is very much an eliminatory scheme for the drivers, which means that at some point coming through the different stages of the race, we're going to go from 14 competitors to just down to 4, and as well down to 2 for the final A, down to 2 as well for the final B. So we're going to have 2 final races to establish who will be taking the gold, silver and bronze medals. But in order to do that, we need to shrink a little bit of the staging field, of the entering field of 14 young drivers. In order to do that, we go through a series of qualifying heats. Those drivers are split into groups. 2 by 2 they go, 2 races each against the same opponent, and as a result, those 2 drivers are going to have to be facing each other twice, and the driver who takes, for instance, 2 victories out of 2 will make it to the next stage, to the semi-final. In case of a tie, so imagine that each of those drivers take a win each, well, it's down to the fastest time in any of the 2 sessions. So the driver who would end up being the fastest of the 2 will make it to the next step. We'll keep you updated about who goes where. But keep in mind that those 2 were on track yesterday already. Decisions has been made related to technical infringement based on the functioning of the clutch in those machines. As a result, I'll leave the details on the side, but as a result, we have 2 races again to do this morning to get started here on the Aspar Circuit, which will have an influence on the face of the semi-finalists. We had the semi-finals done and dusted, but we're going to do them again, so to speak, at least based on the result of those first few races. The competitors will be slightly different. There's a 50% chance that we're going to have the same, and a 50% chance that it will be slightly different. But as for now, Michael Erska, the driver from Czech Republic, is taking the win like he did yesterday in front of Livari Manisto for 1 second. So it was a rather decent gap. You might wonder, well, 2 laps, that's not a lot for any of those youngsters to try to make a difference. If you find yourself in second place, it doesn't leave you a lot of space and time to try to switch those positions. But based on what we've seen yesterday, well, 1 second of a gap at the end of the 2 laps is not that bad at all. So it means, and that's going to be interesting for the race number 2 between those 2 drivers, it means that the pace has been picked up quite significantly, that Manisto is slightly on the same pace as his opponent. Now, we're going to leave them on the side, and we'll find those same drivers back on track just after this one. Here we go in the meantime between Merel Okstra and Johan Leidvi. This is Estonia against the Netherlands. The light goes green, and that was a pretty good start from the driver to 60. This is indeed from the Netherlands, Merel Okstra. It was one of the youngest drivers that we get to see compete in the mini category. We have 2 drivers as part of that group of the youngest in the class, but also in the FIA Motorsport games. Merel Hoekstra in the lead in the moment from the Netherlands is 8 years old and 2 months, would you believe? While the German driver that we've seen yesterday, and we will still we will see on track later on this morning, Lena Schrobe is 8 years old and 1 month. So certainly an interesting idea from Life and the FIA to include the mini category as part of the FIA Motorsport games to allow those young drivers to have a go at off-road racing, to discover the series, learning their craft about what it takes to be driving at this level on this kind of track. 1 lap completed by Merel Hoekstra, leading for 2.5 seconds in front of Johan Lendry. This will be the first race of the couple of rotations that we're going to have for the mini categories. Keep in mind that this morning will be very much about the qualifying races. We were due to be done with those races yesterday, but to keep the long story short, we were delayed due to difficult weather conditions, making the track rather difficult to use in the morning. So the start of proceedings and all the sessions was delayed to the afternoon, and at some point, because of sunset and the diminution of lightning around the track, we had to call it a day around 7 o'clock yesterday. So this means that we're starting earlier than planned, but we have more races to pack in, and all for the benefit of you guys watching along. More on-track action with all 3 classes, starting with the senior that we had just before, and the minis as well, as Merel Hoekstra is seeing the checkered flag in the lead. That's one good joker that Merel Hoekstra has just taken in order to find herself making the step to the semi-final, and if she's able to make it 2 wins in a row, well, that means that the semi-final ticket will go down her direction, as the yellow flag is waving that's a sign for the drivers to make their way back to the Parc Fermé, and this is actually just behind the grandstand where they leave the actual track, just outside of it, to get themselves back to the paddock and the washing area. The green flag is waving, and once again, as you can see, these are short races, these are short breaks as well, and we go 2 by 2 between the competitors, back with Livery Manisto and Michael Erska, with Erska taking the win in the opening race. The light goes green, and we off and racing once again between the competitors of the mini category. Erska against Manisto. That's going to be an interesting one, as the Czech driver was able to take the win in the opening race between those two. Let's see if Livery Manisto will be able to switch those positions and to reverse that situation to his advantage. He was just down for a second at the finish of his previous race, which means that if he takes the win, well, it will go down to which of the two has been the fastest in both series, as this would be the decisive factor to qualify any of the two for the semi-final. As we have to wait, obviously, for the results to be made official. All those results, as well as the decisions, timetable, the program for today, as well as all the links to get you covered, you can find them easily on FIAMotorsportGames.com, the official website of the Olympics, where we got you covered to keep yourself up to date with the latest news, the latest results of not only the cross car series, but all the competition as part of this year's event, pulled together by the FIA and the SRO Motorsport Group for the karting and the cross car series part. We get to work together with the RGMMC Group, which is the promoter for the past few years of the FIA Karting Championship. Talking about karting, if you find yourself close to the Aspar Circuit, well, there's not only cross car, there's also the karting competition on the track nearby. So that's 2 categories in one track. Plenty of action, a lot of young drivers, and more experienced ones as well. As in the meantime, Michael Erska is once again pulling up a good show and keeping Livery Manisto down pretty much a second just behind, even though Manisto will give his very best until the last few meters of that track on the way to the checkered flag, as we're about to conclude what will be the second and last race, qualifying themselves for the semi-final. Well, it goes the way of Michael Erska. That's 2 races and 2 wins for the Czech driver, which means that he's more than likely to find himself qualified for the next step, the semi-final, where he will get to compete against Fuertes, the young Spanish driver, who was his rival already designated by yesterday's results. Michael Eska, Livery Manisto, that's 2 victories in a row for the young driver from Czech Republic. As we're going to have just after the next upcoming race between those two, we're going to have as well the last confrontation between Merel Hoekstra and Johan Leedvie. The engines are whirring as well in the background of my voice. You might be able to hear that as well. These are also the drivers coming close to get started for the second qualifying heat, the seniors. In the meantime, we have the last race between Merel Hoekstra and Johan Leedvie. Johan Leedvie from Estonia, who found himself on the top of the ranking. He was one of the fastest in the qualifying series, which meant that yesterday he didn't get to race in the first round of 14, which was the first step of races for the drivers to get themselves qualified for the quarterfinal. Leedvie was already qualified in the quarterfinal along the Spanish driver Fuertes, but fortunately it didn't go according to plan, as Merel Hoekstra yesterday already was able to get the upper hand, and right now it seems to be the case again, as the Dutch driver had a great start as well. And pulling away, as yes indeed, Merel Hoekstra in the lead from Johan Leedvie in second place, and a bit of a gap already, as let's see if Leedvie will be able to close it at the end of the opening lap. And you can see a very nice view from turn number 5. This is the hairpin of the circuit, where the mini drivers get a chance to have a joker lap, which means going around slightly on the external side of the turn number 5. But as for now, Merel Hoekstra is doing what she needs, pulling away from the rest of the field, doing a great job into that mini category. Merel Hoekstra, one of the younger drivers, as we said, as part of that mini class, and one of the 6 young ladies competing at this level. 6 lady drivers out of 14, pretty much on equal footing. That's what we like about the motorsport, that's for sure. You know, a diversity of potential ages, countries. 25 countries represented in the seniors, 14 in the mini in the juniors, a total of 29 different nations represented in all 3 classes of the cross car series. As down into turn number 5, the hairpin outside of 6 on the second part of the track, and they will be no one, I do think, able to get close enough to Merel Hoekstra. The Dutch driver getting into the last sector of the track, sliding through a little bit, which is not easy at all at this stage, considering that the track, despite the fact that the seniors have been there first, still a very green track, very slippery, very dirty, obviously. But those young drivers of the mini class have been doing a superb job so far to keep it on the racing line. And for Merel Hoekstra, that's victory number 2 out of 2 races this morning, which means that she is indeed back among the qualified drivers for the semi-final. Unfortunately for Leedvie, this second attempt at those qualifying races didn't go according to plan, not at least certainly up to his plan, as we find ourselves with the same drivers as yesterday. Now, as the mini go back to the washing area and the Parc Fermé as well, the cross car senior category is up next. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, live from the Aspar Circuit in Valencia. My name is Guillaume Alvarez, and this is once again a pleasure and an honor to be your voice, eyes and ears for the Cross Car Series as part of the FIA Motorsport Games 2024. Get yourself ready, as the drivers are making their way onto the pre-grid for the senior category, heat number 2, as we're going to have the full grid in a moment being formed. When it comes to the seniors, after yesterday's first 2 qualifying heats, we have a classification as for now, but still very much provisional, which means that at the end of the last rotation of qualifying heats, the grid, the classification, will be first established, and we're going to have a starting order for the semi-final based on the 2 best results for each of the drivers. So let's try to keep it clear as well. But as for now, just keep in mind that David Mea, the Frenchman, is your current leader of the classification. 2 years ago, he was the gold medalist winner in Marseille, and is very much looking forward to make it. Why not for him 2 medals in a row, back-to-back medal? That would be certainly a big achievement for David Mea, who is at the back of another brilliant season in the European Cross Car Senior Championship. As at this point, David Mea is the winner, just put it simply, the winner of the European Championship in 2024, 2022 and 2021. Last year, still finished second in the competition, so certainly the driver from Bretagne in France, one of the best competitors that we have this weekend in that series and on the international level. He won his third and last qualifying heat this morning to get us started, so he's definitely the one to beat, and more than likely to finish ahead of the pack. When it comes to that pack in front of your very eyes, Ivan Pina Chinchilla from Team España on the left side of your side, coming to the inside of turn number 1 from pole position, will be one to watch definitely. Adar Melamed from Israel is by his side. Then we have Bob Shannon, the driver from Luxembourg, on the front row of the grid. 3 drivers on the front row, 2 drivers on the second row, with Alex Elbrin from Peru and Tommy Baratti from Slovakia. Round number 3, we'll see Sahil Khanna from India, as well as Arnaud Demelen from Belgium, and Konstantinos Anastasopoulos from Greece, putting himself on the row number 3. A total of 8 drivers on this grid. We had 9 to start with, 8 for this one, and another 8 drivers for heat number 3 that will come into play later. And at the end of those 3 races, as part of qualifying heat number 3, well, we'll get ourselves ready for the semi-final of the senior category. Out of the 25 drivers that we had, we're going to lose a chunk of them coming to the semi-final. 20 make it to the semi-final, and only 10 back for the most important of all races. The light goes green, and we're racing once again in the seniors. And a great start from pole position for Ivan Pina Chinchilla, sliding through, and one of the drivers at the back end getting onto the fences and to the edge of the track just a little bit, no trouble whatsoever, and another one clipping the inside out on the turn number 2. That was an ecstatic start, but for Ivan Chinchilla, the Spaniard, no worries at all from pole position. He was able to get himself in the lead outside of that first corner, and look at him dancing around the very narrow fences of that track. It's fair to be said that compared to what you used to see in the European Championship competition at this level, this track here in Aspar is slightly shorter and more narrow than the driving standards usually, which makes it for an even more interesting challenge, that's for sure, and more difficult layout to tackle. But for Pina Chinchilla, so far so good into this 5-lap race. Adar Melamed has been able to keep up with second place in front of Tony Baratti. Bob Shannon, in the meantime, the Luxembourgish, has lost the place, is down to 4th from Anastasopoulos, making his way up to P5 from Sahil Khanna. Arnaud Demelen, Alex Elbrin, the driver from Peru, who just lost the place down to 8th. And number 59 from Spain, another lap completed. Here we go. Lap number 3, and already the gaps have been extended significantly up to 1.7 seconds at the advantage of Pina Chinchilla. Yesterday, the driver from Spain managed to win his second qualifying heat, and is waiting certainly to take another one, to take another victory. And so far, well, he's doing just that. Launching, oh, well, look at him slide on 2 wheels. That's what we like. That's what we're talking about. Beautiful piece of driving from Pina Chinchilla, making the show for you guys watching along, and the many people surrounding us here and coming to join us on the Aspar Circuit. Oh, well, a little bit wide, the Spanish driver is making the show, giving us certainly what we expect for, but watch out not to put yourself in a difficult position. But the experience is talking. Driving standards among the best that we can have here in the FIA Motorsport games. Certainly it takes a lot of skills, a lot of courage and precision to be able to compete at this level and dancing behind those dirt fences. This track is brand new pretty much. It's been created like a few days ago just for the FIA Motorsport games. Oh, and one driver in the wall, unfortunately, just in front of the starting grid. Well, and I think that might be Konstantinos Anastopoulos, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, well, look at that! Pina Chinchilla going very aggressive on the inside of and the exit of turn number 3. That was a bit of a moment, 3.8 seconds. He can allow himself just to release the pressure a little bit and go for the fun of it, but watch out not to, break any wheel. We've seen that yesterday in a contact between two drivers in that class. Any incident can put you in jeopardy, especially with the suspensions being very soft, and any contact against one rival or against the fence, could mean a very different scenario. But in the meantime, the checker flag has been waved as Ivan Pinacincia, and despite some little scary moments, but that's part of the show, that's what we like it, has been able to take the win from Adar Melamed. Tommy Baratti is finishing this race in P3. From Bob Shannon, Arnaud Demelen, Sahil Khanna, as well as Axel Elbrun. And unfortunately, as you can see, the driver to the right side of your picture, Konstantinos Anastasopoulos, the Greek driver, is the one that you can see actually that the left wheel, this might be even the left rear wheel that got loose there. So the result of a big contact against the wall that might take just a few moments for the marshals and the officials with the track to help the unfortunate Greek driver to get his machine back to the Parc Fermé for some repair into the paddock. Hopefully not too much repair required, but there's one wheel going loose, so that's a little bit of work for the mechanics. And unfortunately for the Greek driver, that's the sort of results at DNF at this stage of the competition that will certainly put his weekend into a bit of a discomfort, as it remains to be seen where the Greek driver will end up at the end of this third and last qualifying race for him, as we're going to switch our attention to the mini category in just a moment. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, live from the Aspar Circuit. And as you can see, there's a bit of a break in the proceedings. We're going to take a bit of a breather. The time for the officials to remove the speed car chassis of Konstantinos Anastasopoulos, the Greek driver in the senior category that saw his race coming to an unfortunate close. So, yeah, coming to a close way before expected, certainly in his case. But that's part of racing, and this can be cruel sometimes. As for the senior category, we're going to find them again back on track after the next rotation of the mini class. The juniors, we have two qualifying races for the juniors that will come into play a bit later on this morning. And so to keep yourself up to date, the schedule is available on FIAMotorsportgames.com as always. But keep in mind that we're going to have the minis on 4 occasions, so the next rotation of mini races, 4 in total, then back to the seniors, another rotation of the mini category. Then we're going to have for the first time this morning the juniors for the last qualifying races, then back to the minis, back to the juniors again, and we'll finish the first part of the schedule of this morning with another rotation of the mini categories. And as you can see, people are starting to get around the Aspar Circuit. And in the background, you can see the cars making their way to the scale through the scrutining area. That's way those drivers need to make their way through before being allowed onto the pre-grid in order to get started. As we just saw the competitors of the senior category there making their way to the Parc Fermé, as we are about to have the mini class coming in just a moment for next rotation of races. The time for the track to be made clear again, as right now we're expecting the next race to come our way. But that was an interesting one with Ivan Pinacincia at the moment winning his second qualifying race. But as for now, there's going to be an interesting display of racing skills. There's been so yesterday, there's been so again to get us started this morning, as at the moment we can see like some of the competitors making their way onto the pre-grid, which is slightly confusing for myself as well, because I was expecting, to be honest with you, the mini category to make their way onto the track, and we're going to have a different series right now. As we just said, the seniors, the mini should make their way onto the track in just a moment, but I can tell you that this is definitely not the mini category that we have right now. But stick with us, as we have plenty of action to go through for this morning. We're done with the minis for now. As the the next race that will come into play in just a moment. After they make their way through the scale, the drivers are actually getting themselves already onto the pre-grid, and when the light goes green, well, it means that we're good to go for racing. And at this stage, what it is in the senior class, as we said, the classification will evolve. Before we came this morning, David Mea, the Frenchman, was the leader in the senior category. Then we had as well Sebastian Henholm with 2 wins to his name, still waiting as well to make it 3 in a row, hopefully. David Mea just done that in the senior class just before, so whatever happens, he will be qualified for the semi-final, where 20 of the 25 competitors will compete, and when it comes to the final, we'll have 10 of the best drivers out there for the latest stage of the competition. But Sebastian Henholm in second place from Sweden, Jonathan Ilima Lamy as well in the senior class to keep an eye on. Ivan Pinacincia was 4th yesterday, and his win of this morning will help him out certainly for the next few stages left into the competition. Now, into the juniors, let's have a look at, as we wait a little bit for them to make their way onto the track in just a few races time. But when it comes to juniors, after 2 qualifying heats, Brian Luca Neumeyer is your current leader in front of Luca Cartel, the Belgian, Diego Martinez, the Spaniard, in 3rd, Sasha Dayo in 4th place from Oliver Yuka Jensen. But the grid is starting to get full, as it's at this point rather complicated to really make predictions at this stage. You know, we see in both juniors and the seniors some of the usual protagonists making their way to the forefront of the grid thanks to the results. You know, in the seniors, we have David Mea, we have Pina Chinchilla as well, we have Sebastian Henholm taking multiple wins in the qualifying heat. So my money would be potentially on one of those 3, even though at this stage it's quite hard to really make definitive predictions, considering the amount of racing experience that we have around this field. But as for now, the next rotation of races will come into play in just a moment. If you find yourself close to the beautiful region of Valencia, I do invite you to join us and have a look at the racing this weekend. There's karting, there's off-road, cross car in both the mini, the junior and the senior. Plenty of action to go through all throughout the course of the weekend, as we find ourselves on Sunday. This is finals day, as a lot of action on hand. Qualifying heats, the last rotation, important qualifying races in order for each of the 3 passes to have a classification, as well as a starting grid coming to the semi-finals and the finals, and only at the end, through halfway around lunchtime, will we be ready to have our title contenders fighting for gold, silver and bronze medals. A couple of years ago, back when we were in the region of Marseille, France and the Netherlands earned the gold medals after some tense finals back in the day. And it's fair to say that first edition of the cross-car competition as part of the FIA Motorsport games back in the day really up to the standards. Team France shared the spoils with Team Netherlands back in the day after what was a pair of intense finals, both in the juniors and the senior competitors. But David Mea, 2 years ago, as we said, won the semi-final and then the final against, already at the time, Team Spain best representant Ivan Pina Chinchilla. He had taken advantage at the time of a poor start against Patrick Halberg, who dropped spots on the opening lap of that second contest, but was unable to catch up in the end. So 2 years ago, we had that beautiful battle already between David Mea and Pina Chinchilla. Shall we see a return of the battle for glory in the senior category? Shall we see chapter 2 and a revenge maybe from the Spaniard against the European champion from Bretagne? Remains to be seen, as the next race is upon us for what's to come, the time for the officials to put the tracks back in place. There's a lot of people involved into the running of the organization now, the running of the event so far, and remains to be seen, of course, at what point the track will be made clear and practical for racing. I can tell you that yesterday it was an entirely different situation. We had been expecting quite heavy rain last night. It wasn't the case. It still did rain a little bit onto the Aspar region, but it was not as complicated, not as bad as it was yesterday. Some parts of the track actually were even a little bit flooded, which led to a lot of repair and a lot of work by the organization and the people on track here in order to make the track suitable for racing. Hence the delay that we had yesterday, a couple of hours, unfortunately, before we were able to use the track for racing through the middle of the afternoon up to 7 o'clock last time, which means that as a result, today's schedule has been slightly modified with the last rotation of qualifying races in all three classes before we get to the semi-final. And the semi-final, if everything goes according to plan, should be starting at 10:50. We're going to take a breather as we wait for the next competitors to make their way onto the track. Welcome to the FIA Motorsport Games, ladies and gentlemen, as the mini category is upon us for another rotation of qualifying races. As you can see, we are running slightly behind schedule, a little bit of a delay. That's part of racing, that's part of what it is, with an amount of drivers and teams involved as well, and due to some of the DNF as well onto the track, leading to repair and some preparation to make the racing line clear again for competition. Now, the minis are with us for another rotation of races. Keep in mind that the qualifiers are to be known for the semi-final, but the nice system that has been put in place by the FIA and SRO for the FIA Motorsport Games make sure that all the competitors, despite some of them being eliminated from the semi-final, well, they'll still get to compete as part of the Olympics, which means that we've had the amount of races counting for the qualifying in the semi-finals. So at this point, the qualifiers for the semi-finals state that will take place later after the last qualifying races. Well, those names are known now, and if it's to be confirmed, we shall have Fuertes against Aka, Cabral against Oakstra for the semi-final taking place later in the mini category, leading to two finals, the final A for the gold and the silver medalist, and the final B for the bronze, and the unfortunate driver will be qualified fourth in the end. But in order for everybody to have fun, to enjoy, and make the most of the presence as part of the FIA Motorsport Games, the rest of the drivers, 10 of them, still get to compete against one another in a series of qualifying races to establish the final classification. This is race number 16 as part of group number 7, session 1 between those two. Each of those drivers will get to compete twice against one another, as we have on track Perichot, the young French driver, Célie Perichot from France, and Manuela Galvao Bernardelli from Brazil. Those two competing against one another in another series of races. Just after this, we'll have another confrontation between the two mini drivers, and then back with the seniors and with the minis just after this. So a lot of rotation for the mini categories as part of that elimination system. This is progressive. So the more you go through those races, the better you need to perform. And if it's not the case, unfortunately, well, you won't make the cut until as part of the semi-final group. But at this stage, well, it's about being classified as high as you can at the end of those FIA Motorsport Games. And each of those young drivers will try to benefit from the presence here to make the most and really optimize the track time. And not a lot of it between these 14 drivers, having to share actually 4 machines, 4 of those little buggies that have been created in a space of month by Life Live, the Belgian enterprise very much known into the world of cross car. Has been created and still co-managed by Thierry Neuville, the famous Belgian driver from the World Rally Championship, and must certainly be proud to see the legacy of his enterprise and some of his new creations being part of the FIA Motorsport Games, and allowing young drivers to have a go at off-road racing. That's a new door to potentially a new career in the series. As in the meantime, the checkered flag is waving for Célie Perichot, the young driver from France, beating for 6.6 seconds Manuela Galvao Bernardelli. But as we said, the mini category, the new addition to the FIA Motorsport games, new addition to the European Championship, as well as the open door for career, open door to the world of motor racing for youngsters between 8 and 12 years of age. And that's another win in the bag for Célie Perichot. As we were saying earlier, this will be like consolation races, so to speak, but with top spot as high as possible into the final classification up for grab for those youngsters as part of the category. 14 nations represented, all from all four corners of the world as part of that mini class. We're going to have the next rotation in just a moment. The FIA Motorsport Games are up and running since this morning, 8 o'clock. A slightly earlier start to proceedings here as part of the cross-car competition. 3 classes, the mini, the juniors, and the seniors. And you can see coming through the senior competitors, the mini is making their way onto the pre-grid for the next side-by-side competition. 2 drivers, 2 laps. You could not make it simpler as part of the competition. And at this point, we find ourselves into the B versus C groups elimination phase of the competition. The A phase has come to a close, which means that the qualifiers for the semifinals are known, and the final B and final A, first the semifinals obviously, will be taking place on schedule at 1 minute past 11. So keep in mind 11 o'clock local time, but we're slightly running behind schedule. And gain that time back. So keep in mind that around 11 o'clock we should be able to get the semi-finals of the mini class on track. But for all the semi-finals combined, 10:40 and 10:50 local time for the start. So we should be live at 10:45 on the YouTube channel of the FIA Motorsport Games, not to miss a single beat of the action. Starting with the seniors, then the mini, then the juniors for the semi-final phase. Then there will be another a little break, and the final phase is due to start at 11:35 with the minis for the first final phase, and finishing with the junior and the senior around lunchtime. We'll get back to that as we have another round of qualifying race for the mini between Célie Perichot and Manuela Galva-Bernardelli coming out on track. Now there will be a different duo of drivers, as Perichot and Galvao-Bernardelli will be back on track just after this one, as the seniors will follow them through. The seniors getting ready just behind in the background, eager to go racing, and we're supposed to have those qualifying races yesterday. As the green flag is waving for our 2 competitors, once the light goes green, as it does, we're good to go for racing. Here we go. And this is indeed, again, Célie Perichot and Manuela Galvao-Bernardelli. 2 races side by side between the 2. Here we go. So that's a possibility for the Brazilian to take the upper hand this time around on the Frenchman. But Célie Perichot is once again up in the lead from that first spot onto the grid. Let's see what the Brazilian can do entering number 5, the hairpin of the track. You can see the racing line and the dirt being spread out on both sides. This is where you don't want to put your wheels, because that still can be very slippery, even though the conditions are much better this morning than yesterday. But the track has been dammed a little bit. It's been worked out before the racing was good to go. As yesterday, at the end of all those races, it's fair to say that the racing line still quite bumpy, but it's been really worked out with a lot of trenches, a lot of holes, a lot of bumps as well being created as part of the racing going on. That's part of the show. That's part of what cross car is all about. And I might have seen, I don't know if you spotted this as well, but I might have seen on the left side on standing water some the raindrops actually. So does that mean that the rain is coming? Well, had been expected. We had some rain last night. Yes, indeed, I can see some rain spots in front of the camera, in front of the eye of the camera in turn number 5. Well, that's going to be an interesting ton of event if the rain intensifies, which means that the track conditions should quite take a little bit of a toll in there. But we'll see how this situation will evolve. It's still a very slight rain by the look of it, as it was expected to fall through in the morning, not only for us, but for the karting track nearby as well. So rain is expected. Doesn't seem to be bothering Céline Perechot at all for the moment, as the Frenchman takes another win in a row, second in a row in front of Manuela Galvao Bernardelli. Well done to Céline, as those two are going to leave the track now and leave the space to a new duet of drivers in the mini category, which will come into play in just a moment. But Céline Perechot has been definitely the strongest of the two, quite able to see the checkered flag with another strong advantage of 5.4 seconds, shall I say, in front of Manuela Galvao Bernardelli. Those two are leaving the track outside of the turn number 5, getting back through the outside on the emergency road of the karting track nearby. That track of Aspar being used as well for the motorcycles, because if you're not aware, the Aspar location is being not co-founded, but co-bought and co-managed up to this day by Signore Jorge Martinez, one of the legends of the motorcycle world back in the year 80s and 90s. So there's a lot of motorcycle operation, a lot of motorcycle racing happening in this part of the world as part of the Aspar motorcycle team as well, being run by Signor Martinez and his squad. So once again, thank you to everybody here for welcoming us on this beautiful location, as the next two mini will make their way onto the track in just a moment. So what is it about the mini category? Well, 14 drivers from 40 nations around the world, between 8 and 12 years of age, competing at the wheel of non-gearbox, two-wheel drive little buggies with Honda engine, four-stroke Honda engines in the back. So this is a new creation with Gold Speed tires as well. Same tires for everybody here. The juniors and the seniors have a limited amount of those rubber allowed. 4 tires allowed for the juniors and 6, so 1.5 set for the seniors, going from qualifying all the way to the final. So just 1.5 or 1 set of tires, and 1 set as well for the mini. So that's not a lot. It's fair to say that, considering that the track is still relatively soft, certainly the tires won't be put into too much pressure. Spain is watching, as well as the rest of the team members and mechanics and family members as well. And as you can see, the rain is very much pouring. Not quite as hard as expected, but it's very much raining here on the Aspar layout of the cross-car activities. So don't forget your umbrella if you find yourself around those facilities and want to pay us a visit and have a look for yourself about what cross-car is all about. And I'll tell you what it's about. This is about exciting racing. This is about going side by side, door to door sort of racing, just the way we like it. And it's fair to say that with only 2 drivers on track at a time, maybe those races in the mini categories might not be as obviously exciting and unpredictable as you can see in juniors and seniors, but that's part of what it is. We expect the finals to come down to the wire, as they'll have a total of 4 laps to fight it off for the competitors as part of the final A and the final B. For the juniors and the seniors, after going around for 5 laps in the respective qualifying heats, the semi-final and the final will go 6 and 7 laps respectively, to decide who will be the title holders, the gold medal holders for this year's FIA Motorsport Games. The Mini are up next, as we're waiting for the next 2 drivers to make their way onto the track. On the left side of your picture, you don't get to see the exit of it, but there's a way, there's a sort of bridge between the 2 tracks, the karting facility and the cross-car facility as well. This is where the paddock is situated, just behind the main building of those facilities, and you can see them making their way through, the seniors. That must be like an impressive display of machines for those youngsters of the mini class, to see all the best competitors in the world as part of the senior category waiting for their turn to make it onto the track. That must be relatively impressive for those youngsters. Certainly willing to emulate some of the competitors competing in the senior category. Many years of experience for some of them. With David Préat, he's been around for 17 years. Would you believe, the Frenchman, collecting the titles on national and European level as the standing water on the exit of turn number 1, I think it is, just in the opening sector of the track. Should not be too much of a problem as it is rather outside the racing line, at least the ideal racing line taken by the drivers after the starting procedure. And as you can see on the right side of your picture as well, look at the amount of mud and dirt that has been projected against the concrete wall, and that really shows you the amount of drifting and the amount of fighting that has been through this first corner. As the green flag is waving, we're going to have Colin Snoes and Cristobal Bonnet going side by side for this race as part of the B versus C elimination process. Snoes against Bonnet. Cristobal Bonnet of the 262 from Peru against the young Belgian. Cristobal Bonnet at DNC this weekend, going certainly according to plan based on his previous results, but he's ready to maybe finish on a high. But for now, the Belgian driver has had the upper hand. Yes, indeed. Let's see what Cristobal Bonnet can do in this race. Into turn number 5. You can see the drop of rain on the camera eye. But Colin Snoes from Belgium has been able to hold on to his position, taking the best start out of the two and pulling away from his competitor. Belgium against Peru for this race. Keep in mind that, unfortunately, those two are not part any longer of the running for the semi-finals, but still, they get to compete at this level. They get to compete in front of the world to show their driving skills, to learn more about what it takes to be competing as part of the FIA Motorsport Games, and in order to be classified as high as possible, just outside of the top 4. There's still, a very decent position up for grab, which is P5. Certainly not something they had been expecting coming to this weekend, but it's always better than nothing, as Colin Snoes just enters lap number 2. Less than a second in front of Cristobal Bonnet. We've seen some interesting maneuvers yesterday as part of the mini category. It's fair to say that just 2 laps is not a lot for those youngsters to be able to make a difference. But it didn't prevent some of them to try still into the last lap. That led to quite bizarre and unusual situations of drivers being stuck in the mud on the outside of that specific turn in the corner number 9. As you can see the trenches that has been created outside of the racing line. This is not where you want to find yourself stuck, unable to get out, as the checkered flag is waving, and Colin Snoes is taking race win number 1 out of the 2 in front of Cristobal Bonnet. Good performance, but by just under a second at the advantage of the Belgian driver. But there's going to be another race just after this one for Cristobal Bonnet to try to switch those positions. And the racing line is quite clear. This is the path that you have to follow. You don't want to get yourself outside onto the mud. But we've seen drivers being unfortunately stuck into that mud. We have seen 2 other drivers as well not getting into the best of understanding, so to speak, in the last turn into the last lap, getting together, being stuck and unable to continue, which led to a double DNF. Unfortunately, that was for one of the races that we had yesterday, and I think it was indeed between the drivers that we had before. Yes, indeed, Perichot and Bonnet, who didn't have the best of understanding yesterday, Perichot and Bonnet. So coming together yesterday, Bonnet that we just had onto the track, and Perichot that we've seen just before competing against Bernardelli and winning twice. So the Mini still with us, as we're going to have one last race in this second rotation of the day before switching back to the seniors. They've been quick to go around the track for the second race of the mini category. Welcome along, guys. If you're joining us for the first time, we are live from the Aspar Circuit of Crosscar on the Finals day of the FIA Motorsport Games. My name is Guillaume Alvarez, and once again, a pleasure to welcome you guys along to witness great racing in action between three classes in total, starting with the minis and the juniors and the seniors. Mini between 8 and 12, between 12 and 15 for the juniors, and above 16 years of age for the senior category. The engines are roaring already behind me. You can hear it maybe in the background. You can see it as well. The seniors are getting themselves ready for what will be race number 3. That's an important one. In the meantime, Colin Lewis and Cristobal Bonnet, round number 2, at the advantage of the Belgian driver for now. Cristobal Bonnet, as we said, had been caught in a little bit of an unusual incident yesterday with Leslie Perichot, Célie Perichot, the French driver. Those two being stuck together and leading to a double DNF just inches, one corner from the finish line. That can happen. Racing can be cruel, racing can be unfair, but there's little we can do about this once mistakes are made, and out of those mistakes, those young drivers, they get a lot to learn from, to improve themselves, to come back stronger, and this is exactly what Colin Lewis has been doing through the course of those races as well, learning to be better, learning to be managing racing better, and that's exactly what he does. One lap completed. Here we go for the second and last. 1 full second between Colin Lewis and Cristobal Bonnet at the moment. And, let's see if the Peruvian driver will be able to get close, entering turn number 5 into the hairpin. That hairpin in turn number 5, a very interesting spot. There's a couple of them actually where the drivers, some of them have been able to pull off a move. Turn number 5, that is, definitely. We've seen even attempts into the second section, coming to turn number 7 and 8. A little bit like the swimming pool sort of sector on the Monaco racetrack for those of you guys aficionados of Formula 1. But that last sector, turn number 9, turn number 10, on the way to turn number 11 before the start-finish straight, is certainly the hottest of all sectors onto this track, where we have seen the most attempts. We've seen a lot of drama as well. This time we're having none of it. Colin Lewis just dealt with that second race brilliantly, as he did for the first one. 2 wins for the young Belgian driver, who will make it to the next stage of that elimination process. He will be on course to get qualified within the top 10 finish, having beaten Bonnet on 2 occasions. Crosscar Senior live for the FIA Motorsport Games 2024, ladies and gentlemen. This is the race number 3, the last one of the qualifying racing process. After that, there's no more chances to get yourself qualified for the semi-final. It is now or never, so for some of the drivers as part of the senior category. The engines are roaring, the light goes green, and we're racing once again for the seniors. A great start for the pole sitter, Jonathan Yilimami. He won yesterday. Oh, and running onto the external fences. Watch out where you put your wheels. Cracking start for Ilimani from 3rd place indeed. And you can see that the rain is with us. It's pouring rain now. It was slight between some of the races of the minis, and now it's been extending. It's been progressing. It's now much stronger. The rain pouring now on the Aspar Circuit here. That will certainly play a role. That will certainly be an influence when it comes to the grip conditions. Look at the battle. Henholm trying to go around the inside. Sebastian Henholm trying not to touch. Watch out for any contact between all 2 contenders in the lead. That's racing at its best, ladies and gentlemen. The senior cross-car category. And you could see that Sebastian Henholm, the Swedish driver, is one of the leaders of the competition. 2 wins to his name yesterday. David Mea, the Frenchman, the current leader of the competition, has 3 wins to his name so far. So Sebastian Henholm needs to get his hands on that victory. He needs to get ahead of Yilimami, who won't be the easiest of drivers to get around. What a battle that is into that lap number 2. But as for now, the Swedish driver is coming close outside of turn number 11. One last slide before hitting the throttle once again onto the start-finish straight, so to speak. Jonathan Yilimami still in the lead, the Finnish driver, for just 0.7 of a second behind is Henholm. Then we have Dennis in 3rd, Rubeniek in 4th, Jensen, Schmidt, Pini, And of course, all 8 drivers still with us onto that race. Look at them jumping around on the exit of turn number 3. Well, there's certainly no fear in trying to escalate the inside line of some of them corners, which might miss sometimes, as you see, well, going on 2 wheels into turn number 9. Look at the pressure from Henholm. A good exit on the inside and beautifully made. Oh, what a move from Sebastian Henholm. The Swedish driver up in the lead into turn number 11. That's one of the best moves we've seen so far this weekend. And that will be decisive. He needed to get himself into the lead. He needed to get a position. He just did brilliantly. Yili Lamy, the door was slightly open. Didn't have, oh, and a mistake! Into number 5. They're coming together. And then Yili Lamy, who's going to take the lead? Wow, confusion and drama into that last qualifying heat of the senior class. But Sebastian Henholm just went for a mistake. He made a slight mistake into turn number 5. That went the way of Yili Lamy. He just got back into the lead. Into second place is back Henholm on the inside of Diniz, the Portuguese driver. No way and nothing that Diniz could have done on this one. Similar move as 2 laps before. We are into the last lap of that last qualifying race for the senior class and this group. After that, 2 results are the 2 best results out of the 3 considered for the classification order coming to the semi-final. And look at Sebastian Henholm coming back on the leader. Yili Lamy is going to try everything, all the tricks in the book to try to keep it up and to stay in the lead. Back to turn number 9. Henholm into second place. Yili Lamy trying to catch up, trying to stay where he is. Last few meters, side by side almost, but this is victory for Yili Lamy. What a race! What a race, ladies and gentlemen. Jonathan Yili Lamy from Finland in the end was able to hold on to that lead for 0.3 of a second on the line, would you believe? What a fantastic battle this has been against Sebastian Henholm. This will be decisive, certainly. Keep in mind that David Meyer, the Frenchman, has 3 races, 3 wins. Sebastian Henholm, 3 races, 2 wins and a second place, which means that the Frenchman will be the best placed drivers coming to the semi-finals and the current leader of the classification. There's a difference. Yili Lamy was the strongest of the 2. Sebastian Henholm, we thought for a moment that he was going to go for the lead and keep that lead until the end without being attacked, but he just made a mistake in that corner. Turn number 5 was stuck in the middle for a reason still unknown to us, but we came very, very close to have a big pile of drivers coming together on the inside of that turn. Henholm was able to get going, but Yili Lamy as well took advantage of that situation to go back onto the lead. Johan Diniz, the Portuguese driver, for a moment was second before Sebastian Henholm just made his pass. 2 passes in turn number 11 on the inside. Beautiful piece of racing, beautiful piece of driving for those 2 as we had all drivers, 8 drivers making it to a checkered flag. The rain has come here on the beautiful region of Valencia. The Aspar Circuit for cross car under the rain, as you can see in front of our camera eye, as we're waiting for the next rotation of the mini class. The time to take a bit of a breather after this fantastic piece of racing from the senior category. The rotation of qualifying races for the seniors is now completed, which means that very, very soon the classification will be officially established, and each of the drivers will have a spot on that classification based on the 2 best results out of 3. So we'll keep you up to date whenever, as soon as the classification is made official. As you can see on your screen, the juniors are already aligning themselves on the pre-grid, just outside of the scale. It's not their turn yet. We're waiting for the minis for another rotation of racing for the youngest drivers in the class. But the juniors are very much on time for the first of the 2 races of the day this morning. The last rotation of qualifying heats for the juniors, 2 races, as we have 14 drivers being split in 2 groups of 7. and this will be taking place, the first one, just after the rotation of 4 mini races. But that was an interesting display between Jonathan Yililami, the Finnish driver. He didn't take a win yesterday, or did he? Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Yililami was the first driver to win the opening qualifying race yesterday. David Mea went on to win 3 of his qualifying races. Yililami, that's win number 2, and 2 wins as well for the driver that he just beat, Sebastian Hanholm, who was very, very keen on making it 3 victories out of 3, just like David Mea. It's not the case, as we have as well 2 wins so far for Ivan Chinchilla. That's for the raw results in the senior category. The juniors will be up next in a minute, but in the meantime, we're waiting for the mini class to make its way onto the track. Welcome to the Motorsport Games of 2024, ladies and gentlemen, as we are live from the Aspar Circuit in the beautiful region of Valencia on the east coast of Spain. As you can see now, 9:15 local time here in Spain, and the weather is certainly playing with the nerves of the drivers and the mechanics. Very cloudy, relatively cold, and certainly not sunny at the moment, as we might expect a little bit of progress today, even though rain has been with us. And I do wonder, from my position, I don't get to see if it's still raining or not. The seems to have been slightly decreasing since the first few races that we had to get it, but you can still see drops of rain in front of our camera as the green flag is waving for the mini category back on track for a new rotation of qualifying races, as this is Edwin Hotberg and Livery Manisto. This is the race as part of the second part of the elimination process. Hotberg against Manisto. This is race number 14 between some of the drivers who didn't make the cut to the semi-final phase that will be taking place later this morning for the mini category. Still, those youngsters between 8 and 12 years of age get to compete at the highest level in front of the eyes of the world as part of the Olympic program, the FIA Motorsport Games for the third edition since 2019, and this class, brand new addition to the world of motorsport and cross car, thanks to the effort of Life as well, coming together with the project, building those very cute little cars in the space of months. This might be certainly the cutest of all the categories, and does that mean that those young drivers are here to be cute? They're here to be aggressive, they're here to be competing, and with no fear and determination to shine. And look at that, how close this is between the Norwegian driver and the Finnish. Hogberg, Manisto, side by side pretty much at the end of the opening lap. One more round, 835 meters of length, 11 turns. A lot of challenges for the drivers. We've been competing on this track since yesterday, getting used to the tricks, to the challenges, which trenches to avoid, what racing line to really stick to from one turn to the other. And look around the outside, could we see a try in turn number 5 from Manisto? Oh, it's gonna have a bit of exit and gonna go around the long way. It's not happening quite yet. The door was slightly stuck, and you don't want to put your wheels outside of the racing line, outside of turn number 8, right, left, coming to the last sector of the track. Turn number 9, jumping around the inside, and he's gonna force his way through. Watch out outside of turn number 10, side by side. We're gonna have a photo finish between the two, a slight touch on the front wheel of Hogberg, but Manisto makes his way around the outside and takes the win in beautiful fashion. Wow, what a result for Livery Manisto. That's a bit of racing we're talking about in the cross car series. In the last lap, the last few meters, a beautiful racing line. He just crossed it at the right time. A better exit, a slight touch of the wheels, nothing concrete, nothing major. But in the end, he was able to succeed. Emil Mirochniks and Johan Ledvi will be the next drivers onto the track. But in the meantime, that was a beautiful piece of driving from Manisto, winning in front of Ogberg for the first confrontation of the day. The next one, competing, Milosniks and Ledvi will be side by side, coming up next for the next rotation of race for the mini category. Between 8 to 12 years old is the age that you have to compete at this level. This is the new entry gate to the world of off-road racing. And the two competitors on track, Emils Miosniks and Johan Ladvi, will be more than eager to show what sort of wood they're made of. Latvia against Estonia. So drivers coming from up north in Europe. And talking about those nations represented in Mini, we have drivers from Belgium, Brazil, Canada, Czech Republic, Estonia, Finland, France, Germany, Israel, Latvia, Netherlands, Norway, Peru, and Spain. 14 competitors in total for the first edition of the FIA Motorsport Games in the mini category. As the semi-final and final will be taking place later in this morning phase of the day. Plenty of action happening on this part of the Spanish and Valencian region. Don't forget as well the rest of the schedule. We have karting as well on the nearby track. We have as well a lot of other series, 26 motorsport series, would you believe? We went from 6 in 2019 up to 16 in Marseille 2 years ago, and now 26 motorsport series for more than 646 athletes competing and coming from all over the world. 82 nations representing. This is very much the Olympics of motorsport, brought to you by the FIA and the SRO Motorsport Group. Now, it's all about off-road and karting on this part of the Valencian region. I'm sure that you guys witnessed the beautiful opening ceremony that took place in midweek. We're going to have the closing ceremony tonight at 8:30 local time. Aspar Circuit for the off-road and karting. Circuit Ricardo Tormo, half an hour from here for the rest of the competition, as well as the gravel and tarmac rally areas a little bit left into the country. Now, go back to racing. Emil Miroksnis from Latvia, Johan Ledvi from Estonia, side by side for the 2-lap race. Let's see what I can do between those two. As Miroksnis didn't have the best of getaway. This is Johan Ledvi, one of the fastest in qualifying practice. Could not translate his good pace in qualifying into the results he had been expecting. And from the corner of my eye and from the corner of some of our camera angles, you can still see the rain pouring slightly. Not certainly less strong than it was for the seniors. And the battle is raging. Certainly, they were in their cars, the little buggies, before the race, before them finished, so I didn't get to see the beautiful piece of action into that last sector of the track. But that's going to be an interesting one between Ledvi and Miroksnis. And you can see on the left, the rain still pouring into the standing water. But Ledvi at the upper hand, but Miroksnis, oh, that's an interesting attempt that we haven't seen that many times. On the inside of turn number 2, he was trying to get that door slightly open. That's a little bit of sneak peek that he was trying to get there. Just in a way to show his opponent that I'm right on your tail, mate, and I'm ready to make a difference in this race. Watch out for me. Outside of turn number 6, the second sector of the track. Turn number 7, turn number 8, the right and left. Our leader, Ledvi, is going to have to pick up the pace because Miroksnis is very much on his rear bumper. He's going to try his all in the last sector, maybe to make a difference. A good exit. Is the door slightly open? No, it's not quite yet. He's just keeping the racing line going around a long way. With a better exit, are we going to have a photo finish? Yet another one between some of the youngsters of the mini class. But in the end, Johan Ledvi was able to hold on to that first position very shortly on the line. 0.4 of a second between Emil Miroksnis and Johan Ledvi onto the line. As you can see, the next two drivers of the mini class getting themselves already onto the pre-grid of the category. And the green flag has been waved. The green light is on. We're racing once again in the mini category. Back with Hogberg and Manisto. Now let's see if Hogberg will be able to, this time, prevent any move from happening into the last lap. Because Livery Manisto gave us a beautiful piece of overtaking in the turn number 11. On the outside, as for now, Edwin Hogberg is having the upper hand. The young driver from Norway against the driver from Finland. And it comes as no surprise to see some of the youngsters coming from Scandinavia, whether it is Norway, Finland, Denmark, Sweden as well. All those countries up north of Europe are very much famous in the world of motorsport for producing some of the best drivers in the history of off-road racing, whether it is rallycross, whether it is wall rally as well. And why not? One of them will be among the competitors here as part of the Cross Sky FIA Motorsport Games. And what a move it was once again from Livery Manisto. A little bit earlier than his previous race. Turn number 10, he went for the attack and just fighting his way through at the end of the opening lap. Livery Manisto from Finland back in the lead in front of Edwin Hogberg. Watch out for response for the Norwegian driver. Displaying some very interesting racing skills. But Livery Manisto, he certainly had a very nutritious breakfast, to say the least. Looking at the pace and the spaces he's been able to find to get himself ahead of his rival. Very interesting piece of overtaking maneuvers in the last sector every time. It means that there's opportunity, there's more than one opportunity certainly for overtaking onto that track. Watch out for the response, Ogberg! Oh, he caught him by surprise almost onto the inside. That was a bit late, the door was shut. Maybe another attempt into turn number 10, the exit of turn number 11. How important it is to nail that exit on the way back to the start-finish straight. And Manisto was not letting himself being impressed. Ogberg on his tail. Maybe one more lap could have made it the difference, but half of a second, a little bit more onto the line. But once again, at the advantage of Livery Manisto. But Edwin Ogberg, he just saw the opportunity looming in front of him. He said to himself, well, I'm behind, but there's still a possibility, there's still, for me, a chance to open that door. But this will be for next time, hopefully, for Ogberg. But Livery Manisto, with 2 wins out of 2 races, gets himself up into the classification and into the next phase of those elimination races. Beautiful piece of racing between Manisto and Ogberg for the mini category as part of the FIA Motorsport Games. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are watching along on the YouTube channel of the FIA Motorsport Games. Thank you ever so much for being part of this beautiful event, the 3rd name in history of the Olympic Games of Motorsport. After Italy, after France, it's the turn of Spain to be the hosting country, and welcoming 82 nations from around the world to compete at this level. The junior category is getting ready in the background, as you can see, ready to get the engines warring onto the pre-grid and onto the track. But before that, we have one more race in the current rotation of qualifying heats for the mini class that will make its way onto the track in a minute between Emils Miroksnis and Johan Leidvi. Leidvi at the upper hand in the race before, as drivers need to make their way back from the paddock and Parc Fermé. You can see them on the left side. I think this is, yes indeed, one of them. As now we're waiting as well for the last mini race, but the juniors are now advancing onto the grid. So it means that might be a slight change of schedule, which is entirely possible as well. And I do think that we're going to get going with the junior category by the look of it. Maybe it has to do something having to do with some technical infringement or some decisions from the stewards, which is entirely possible. As let me and oh, interesting. We have, but that comes for the qualifying races for the senior. We do have a black flag, actually. We'll come back to that in a minute, but there's been a black flag decision for one of the seniors for the last qualifying race, as the driver in question was indeed under investigation. Well, it seems to be down for now with the rotation of mini class. Let's head to the junior category now for the first of the 2 races in the last rotation of qualifying. The junior category is now ready to make themselves onto the track. On the Aspar Circuit, we get back live for the FIA Motorsport Games. Get yourselves ready, ladies and gentlemen, for that junior category. As we have onto the grid at the end of the qualifying heats, we have Diego Martinez, your pole sitter in this category, with Hugo Cartel, Geno Mettink, Vlasak, Zavarkis, Biti, Sebastian Johan. That's for your top 7 onto the grid. Once the lights goes green, we'll be good to go for racing. Here we go. Great stuff from David Martinez. Watch out from Cartel, Geno Mettink on the front row of the grid. And from pole position, it was a good getaway from the Spanish driver. You can see him wearing proudly the colors of Spain. Competing alongside Diego Martinez in front of Luca Marcartel. Jenner Mettink into the corner number 5 for the first time. 7 drivers onto that grid in the junior category. As for now, This is Brand Luca Neumayer, your current leader into the classification. Luca Martel sitting in second place on track and into the classification. Diego Martinez needs that win more than ever because he could jump ahead of Luca Cartel in the classification coming to the semi-final phase. That's exactly what he's doing. There's two races to go through for the entire field. The first part of the field right now, the second part of the field in just a few moments after some rotation of the mini class. But Diego Martinez at the moment 1.2 seconds after one lap completed into turn number 5. Luca Cartel, you can see, still under the pressure of Jenor Mutic, the driver from Estonia, down in third place. As we have 14 drivers from 14 nations as well competing in the junior class, sliding his way through between turn 9 and 10. Beautiful piece of action and driving skills here from Diego Martinez from Team España at the wheel of his life machine. Still in second place, Luca Cartel has been able to build himself a bit of a gap. He was under pressure from Jenor Mutic at the end of the previous lap, and now a full second between the driver in second and third place. And means that Jenor Mutic has dropped a little bit in pace, with Vlasak, Pim Vlasak from the Netherlands climbing through P4, trying to catch up as well with Jenor Mutic in front of Theo Sebastian Johansson in P5, Bernardo Betti P6, and Matas Zawarskis in P7. But this man at the moment is quite unreachable on his planet, on his own. Diego Martinez entering lap number 4, the penultimate round of this track here at Aspar. And there's no other driver being able to catch up with the current leader, setting the fastest lap in the race, 39.4. And this is half of a second faster than Luca Cartel. At this point, the young Belgian driver is trying to keep that second position alive in front of Jenor Mutic. They are being split by 1.1 second at the moment, so this should be enough if nothing happens, of course, mechanically or driving wise for any of the contenders at the front. Number 2 of the junior class coming to a close as we get into the last lap. Diego Martinez from Team España leading for almost 3 seconds in front of Luca Cartel, a young Belgian driver who just extended his gap to 1.4 seconds. Oh, and a bit of a mistake there. You could see on the entry of turn number 5. Well, that's not something you want to see from Diego Martinez. Under pressure, that's for sure, from Luca Cartel, but he just made a slight mistake on the entry of turn number 5. It doesn't have that many consequences considering the gap he has been able to build, but still, you're not immune from a little bit of a scare. Checkered flag is waving. The victory for Diego Martinez. Second place for Luca Cartel. Then we have Jenor Mutic, Pim Vlasak in 4th place, Theo Sebastian Johansson in P5, Matas Zawarskis in P6, and Bernardo Betti in P7. Beautiful piece of racing and another strong result for Diego Martinez in the junior category. Martinez has won yesterday. That's his second victory so far into the junior class. We had the victory as well yesterday for Cartel, Neumayer, and Sacha Dayo, but that's victory number 2 for Diego Martinez, who's the first driver this weekend to make it 2 wins out of 2 in his qualifying races. It will be down to the second group of the junior class to try to make a difference as well. They will come on track in just a few moments. The junior category of the Cross Car Series is next here on the Aspar Circuit of Cross Car. Welcome if you're joining us for the first time for the FIA Motorsport Games, as the second part of the field of drivers, 14 competitors, is getting ready to get roaring and go racing once the light goes green. And we're racing here once again for the juniors. Sacha Dayo, the pole sitter from France, taking the advantage on the inside lap, coming to turn number 1. Watch out from Luca Neumayer as well. Neumayer is taking the lead. Beautifully made from a German driver from second place on the grid. He was able to get ahead on the outside of the Frenchman on the exit of turn number 1. And there's a response for a Frenchman on the inside of turn number 5. Well, there's a switch for the lead already into that opening lap. That's going to give us certainly one heck of a battle for the lead once again. between Sasha Dayo and Brian-Luca Neumayer. Those two have 1 win each. Then we have Oliver Luca Jensen being chased by Thomas Pregliasco, Maciejewski in P5, Iliopoulos in P6, Josephine Almqvist in P7. 1 lap completed. Dayo, Jensen, Pregliasco now getting himself into P3 in front of Neumayer. The German driver has lost a place. You can see him, the 117, just got himself into P3. Outside of turn number 3, the hairpin in turn number 5. Look at them sliding their way around, trying to get the machine sliding through before aligning the wheels again, kicking the throttle back on the exit of turn number 6, just to get up back to speed. Pedal to the metal for the competitors of the junior class. At the advantage for now of Sasha Dayo, the Frenchman, with this beautiful livery bearing the colors of France. Oliver Luca Jensen just behind. We have the Ross Cross in front of a Semog. And then 2 Life Live in terms of chassis brands. Thomas Pregliasco and Brian-Luca Neumayer, 3rd and 4th respectively. Still very close. Still very close, not only for the lead, but for the battle for P3 as well. Between Pregliasco, Neumayer and Maciejewski as well for the back. Velzios Iliopoulos just lost a place to Josephine Almqvist, the Swedish driver, who unfortunately didn't see the checker flag of her last race yesterday after being stuck into the dirt. She had to be recovered thanks to the help of the marshals back to the Parc Fermé yesterday. But she seems to be back in good spirits, making her way up to P6 as we enter lap number 4 out of 5 for this qualifying race. The distance will go up to 6 laps for the semi-final, 7 laps for the finals for the juniors and the senior category. And look at what's happening in the lead. Well. The gap had been extended to almost a second and now is reduced to just nothing. Luca Jensen, the driver in 2nd place. That's going to be an interesting one. Watch out for the Danish drivers trying to attack Dayo in the lead. Dayo is having none of it and trying to get a bit space and get a bit more pace back on the exit of the last turn. And 7/10 of a second. This is not a lot. This is not a lot entering the last lap of this qualifying race. A little bit of a kick on the exit of turn number 3 for the driver in 2nd, Luca Jensen. Not quite able, the Danish driver, to make it stick and to make the connection really with our French leader. Sasha Dayo doing an impeccable job so far into that last qualifying race. Entering the last corner, the last sector, the last 3 corners. This is here that a race can be won or lost. It's a question of millimeters sometimes in terms of precision. Good question with just a few meters before a checkered flag. But Sasha Dayo was having none of it and takes the first win of the day. 2nd win in as many qualifying races for Sasha Dayo, the Frenchman. Suddenly putting himself once again in contention for the victory, for the course for a medal here as part of the junior competition in the cross car series. But a beautiful piece of racing performance for Sasha Dayo, who was currently sitting in P4 in the classification before that last qualifying heat of his. But Sasha Dayo taking the win. Oliver Luca Jensen in 2nd place. Thomas Pregliasco down in 3rd from Brian-Luca Neumayer. Oscar Maciejewski, in P5. Josephine Almqvist in P6. And they're running at the top P7. Vasilios Iliopoulos at the end of this 2nd and last qualifying race for the junior category, which means that the qualifying phase for the junior class is now done and dusted. Next time we're going to see the juniors on track will be for the semi-final phase on the way to the final. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the FIA Motorsport Games. The minis are up next as the drivers are making their way now onto the pre-grid. A little bit of a waiting period in order for everybody to get ready as well. It can happen as well sometimes as part of the competition to face some mechanical trouble. We've been told that one of the cars had to go through repairs. That's part of the competition, and no one is immune from that kind of problem. And as now repairs have been done, and the drivers can make their way back onto the pre-grid. If you've been with us before, you notice that we went through 2 races for the juniors in a row. So that means that for both the seniors and the juniors, the qualifying phase is now complete. So, as always, it will take a bit of time, a few minutes, maybe longer, for the results to be made official, considering any decisions that might come our way. We've seen, for instance, in the last qualifying heat of the senior class, a red flag has been given to the number 6 driver. Let me try to identify who that is. Driver number 6 as part of the senior class was Federico Pini from Italy, who has been given a black flag as it was being investigated in his last race. But that's also part of what decisions can be made. And a red flag for the Italian driver, because he closed the gap and caused a front side collision with car B. So as a result of driving not up to the standards of the stewards, the Italian driver Bruno Pini was given a black flag in the last qualifying heat of the senior class. Too bad for Federico Pini, my apologies. As you can see now that the rain is pouring more than before. Well, that's going to be an interesting turn of events, certainly. The weather conditions playing with the nerves of the mechanics and the drivers as well. It's down to the minis to go for the show in those difficult conditions, to say the least, with Johan Ledvi and Emils Miroksnis on track. Latvia against Estonia for the next rotation of qualifying races for the mini class. So, a couple of decisions still needed to be made, certainly for the seniors and the juniors, but the qualifying phase, as we said, is complete. The classification will be established based on the 2 best of the 3 results. The grid will be set for the semifinals and the finals, as only a fraction, as you can imagine, of all the drivers competing this weekend will get to make it to the semifinal and especially the finals. From 25 competitors in seniors, we only get to keep 10 entering the last race for the senior category, and same goes as well for the juniors. Only a fraction, a half of the field will make it to the last race. So when it comes to the minis, well, we're going to have 2 finals, a final A and a final B. The qualifiers are known to this point, but still, battles are plenty onto the track between Latvi and Miroksnis. This is a battle as part of race number 15, that is, as part of the elimination phase B versus C. See, this is the second part of the skill that we have, and as part of that opposition between the 2, well, the winners get to move forward to the next step of the competition. But in those racing conditions, with the rain pouring on all parts of the track, not only the little buggies are getting dirty and another, but also it makes it even more difficult for the drivers to really find a perfect line. There's going to be a side-by-side finish to the advantage of Jan Ledvi. Wow, 0.3 of a second on the line. The Estonian driver really pushing everything and getting everything that he had, pushing onto the line. And Emil Miroksnis, he thought for a second, a little bit of a waving there, just to try to get those tires up to temperature. It's a little bit late to do that, unfortunately. Emil Miroksnis trying certainly as well to assess about the grip conditions into the straight line between turn number 3 and 4, but he's going to have to try that again. The next 2 competitors are ready to make their way onto the track here in Aspar for the mini category still, with Manuela Galvao Bernardelli and Lena Straub. Lena Straub, the youngest competitor, not only in the cross-car mini class, but in the entire FIA Motorsport Games. 8 years old and 1 month for Lena Straub, could you believe? Now she's having a good getaway from Manuela Galvao Bernardelli. Well, that's an interesting one. We have Bernardelli down to second place by the look of it. Yes, indeed, a German driver from the outside of the front and only row of the grid, and the Brazilian is still in the lead. Sorry, my apologies. Manuela Galvao Bernardelli was able to get a better start. Lena Strobe just behind. Those two discovering for the first time this track in under the rain, because I don't think that the rain has not been that strong since the start of the day. We were on track quite early, almost 2 hours before, at 8 o'clock local time, where we went for racing. There was no warm-up sessions whatsoever for any of the three classes. Decisions from the FIA as a result of the changes of schedule yesterday. The entire racing action will be packed if everything goes according to plan in the morning phase of the day, leading to the finals through the halfway point of this Sunday of finals for all the competition. Most of the competition is part of the FIA Motorsport Games. One lap completed at the advantage of Manuela Galvao Bernardelli, the young Brazilian driver. Lady driver and there's another lady driver. 6 of them, half of the field pretty much, as part of the mini category, which is a fantastic sign of diversity and interest, rise of interest to the crossroad for the crossroad community, and a crossroad racing form for either a male or a female young drivers, which might certainly give a lot of opportunities for the years to come. That's an open door to off-road racing, as this led to the creation of that new class, the mini category. It's true, it's fair to be said that for many years now, the open door, generally speaking, what is considered generally as the main open door to the world of motorsport is karting, through the mini, the cadet categories as well. Whether the classes as well, at some point, if you are 7 or 8 years of age, you can make it to a track motorsports or circuit action through the world of karting. As Manuela Galvao Bernardelli takes the checkered flag in front of Lena Strobe for 2.4 seconds, but since we've had like open classes in the world of karting for many years now, but it wasn't the case up until this season for the off-road scene, as we have a couple of different classes, not only junior and senior, but also buggies 1600, as well as other classes as part of the European Championship for many years now. But for the minis, that's a first, and what better scene than the FIA Motorsport Games to witness this new category with some of those cute little buggies at the wheel, with behind the wheel drivers between 8 and 12 years of age. Race concluded, and the victory for Manuela Galvao Bernardelli against Lena Strobe. If you're joining us right now live from the Aspar Circuit for the Motorsport Games, you can see that the weather is not quite like the one that we had yesterday. We went from blue skies and the beautiful Spanish weather to, well, clouds, rain and cold. Not so much wind, not at all actually. Yesterday the wind had been picking up for the entire day, sometimes giving a bit of a hard time to some of the flags of the FIA that you can see around the track. But today there's rain, but there's no wind, so it's either one or the other, as Manuela Galvao Bernardelli and Lena Strobe will be back on track for the second confrontation before we get ourselves ready for another race, the fourth race of that rotation between two of the drivers that will be on track in just a moment. After this, we'll have 2 more rotations of qualifying heats still for the mini class before completing the first phase of this morning's program, before entering the semi-finals for all classes, and then the finals to ramp things up at the end of the morning. Now, qualifiers for the mini class in the semi-final are known, but what is still to be known is the order for the rest of the field, and it's down to each of those young drivers to try to have the upper hand on the rival, to collect the good points, to collect the results, to find themselves classified as high as possible. The green flag is waving, which is a sign that we are under 5 seconds before the light go green, as this is a signal for the young drivers to hit the throttle hard and to get going for the 2-lap race. Here we go again. You can see the little Honda engines warring, 4-stroke engine, same as we have in the world of karting. And talking about 4-stroke engine, we just had yesterday afternoon at the conclusion of the program for the endurance part of the karting schedule with a 4-hour race. and that was won brilliantly by Team Belgium in front of Team Spain and Team UK. Well done to everybody there, as a lot more medals will be awarded through the course of the day here in not only on the Aspar Circuit, but also in the Ricardo Tormo Circuit and in the tarmac and off-road rally sections, a little bit west to the Valencian region, deeper into the Spanish country. But as for now, those medals will be awarded tonight at 8:30 for the closing ceremony of the FIA Motorsport Games. As taking a look at the medal table while we follow the action between Bernardelli and Strobe. At the moment, well, this is the hosting country that leads the way at this point on Sunday, 27th of October. As for now, Spain leads the way with 6 medals in total, 4 golds, 2 silver, in front of Brazil with 3 medals, Italy 2 medals, 3 medals as well for Germany, 3 medals for the United Kingdom as well as for Czech Republic, and 2 medals for Turkey as well as for Italy, as we said. 1 medal in total for Belgium as well as for Switzerland, Denmark, Sweden, Lithuania, Korea, the Netherlands, Slovakia, and that's about it for the current table of medals as for now. All classes combined, obviously. Belgium, as we said, took his first gold medal, as his only medal to this day in this year's FIA Motorsport Games in the endurance race. For when it comes to the cross car section, well, the finals will be or should be taking place, since we're running slightly behind schedule. Should be taking place from 11:35 local time for the minis, and then from 12 o'clock for the juniors, followed immediately by the seniors. Checkered flag is waving. Victory, and another one, 2 in a row, and you can see her celebrating and acknowledging that beautiful achievement. 2 races, 2 wins for Manuela Galvao Bernardelli in front of Lena Strobe, the German driver, in second place for a little bit more than 3 seconds. Welcome to the Aspar Circuit. If you're joining us for the cross-car action live on the YouTube channel of the FIA Motorsport Games, we are currently busy with the mini category, as always, with the last few rotations of qualifying heats before entering the semi-final phase. At the end of those qualifying races for the mini class, there will be a break. Stay with us, of course. This won't last very long. The time for the track to be cleared, a little bit of track maintenance to make sure that the semi-final and the final phases can go according to plan. And hopefully, if we go according to plan based on the schedule, we should be done by halfway point of the day. Slight changes to the schedule since yesterday, as we were due to be done with the qualifying races at the end of the Saturday, but as we mentioned before, difficult weather conditions decided otherwise in the morning yesterday, leading to a little bit of a delay in terms of proceedings. But the FIA has been working tirelessly behind the scenes just to make sure that we can have, first, all the drivers involved, and second, all the races performed onto the track. So well done to everybody to make sure that we stick to the plan in terms of number of sessions. We have 141 sessions through the course of the 3 days. As yesterday, we had a total yesterday of 73 sessions and 13, a little bit more today. So I guess those numbers don't add up, since there's a lot more sessions on schedule today than was originally planned, as we're still waiting a little bit for the mini drivers to make their way onto the pre-grid. Stay with us. We will be back as soon as our young competitors show themselves through the scale and onto the pre-grid. Welcome to Valencia in beautiful Spain, ladies and gentlemen, for the pursuit of today's schedule. This is finals day here on the Aspar Circuit, welcoming both the karting and the off-road activities of the FIA Motorsport Games. Senior, Junior and Mini are on track. The Senior and the Junior will be back in just a few races time for the semi-final and final phase, as we're busy at the moment with the Mini class entering its last rotations of qualifying races, as we're going to have on track, as always, two by two races, 2 laps to go through, one driver facing the other, so that's two driver race each time, and that's part of the new elimination system format that has been applied through this year's edition of the FIA Motorsport Games by the FIA and SRO Motors Group, as part of the addition of the mini class to the cross car categories. Cross car was with us 2 years ago in Marseille for the first ever appearance in the games. Now we have up to 3 classes and 53 competitors coming from 29 nations around the world, as Agam Shriki from Israel and Cristobal Bonnet from Peru are making themselves getting themselves ready onto the pre-grid, for the next 2 races. This is the race number 19 that is in total, which means this is part of the B versus C elimination process, which means that the winner of that race, Shriki against Bonnet, will advance to the next step in the race number 21. It will be. So this is a race as part of the, with all the drivers, as part of the P10 to P9. So it's really to get yourself at the end classified for on the edge of the top 10, definitely, as the drivers qualified for the semi-final phase later this morning are known already. So keep in mind that the races are very much consolidation qualifying heat, so to speak, in order to finish this edition of the games as classified as high as possible into the ranking. Agam Shriki from Israel, Cristobal Bonnet, the 62 from Peru, against one another. 2 laps to go through in the mini class for this race number 19. This will be the last one of the present rotation of races. We have 2 more rotations for the minis after that. It means that we have a total of 8 races to live together until the next break in the proceedings before the semi-final phase begins. Now, Shriki against Bonnet, the Israeli driver in the lead at the end of the opening lap. Entering the turn number 1. Those little baggies going around the 835 meters track of Aspar here. This layout here has been built completely new a couple of days before the start of the competition here in Spain. And once again, thanks to a lot of effort from the organizers to concretely build this entire facility from scratch. A couple of days ago, you would have come to the Aspar Circuit for a crossroad competition. That would not have been possible because the track was just simply non-existent. And thanks to the effort of all the people involved here, this came from the ground, as it has been created as a very interesting layout, offering a couple of opportunities. Watch out for the last turn. You could hear the shouting a little bit from the side, from the parents and the mechanics and the team members, trying to encourage, trying to cheer up for Agam Shriki, taking a checkered flag for just 1/6 of a second from Cristobal Bonnet. Shriki was going a little bit wide on the exit of turn number 11. That could have been a little bit of a problem if Cristobal Bonnet had been a bit closer. It wasn't the case. The Prevan driver was certainly pushing like never before into the last lap, but not close enough to try to switch his position on the outside of that last turn. Victory for Agam Shriki in that first confrontation between the two. We take the same drivers and we go again, ladies and gentlemen, for the mini class with the motorcyclist just in front of them, leading them to the scale and onto the grid, showing them the way as Agam Shriki and Cristobal Bonnet will be once again on track for their second race in a row. Race number 20 that will be in just a moment. No, this is my apologies. Race number 19 for session number 2. Yes, indeed. It is right now, as we're going to go in a moment between Agam Shriki and Christophe Bonnet. After that, we're going to have the next rotation of race indeed. This will be race number 20 between the winners of race 7 and 8. This next one will see actually the confrontation between, I think, Bernardelli and the driver that was against Strobe earlier into the proceedings. At the moment, we focus on the action on track. As it a mini at the moment. Classification as for now in that category with the drivers between 8 and 12 years of age. When it comes to the results so far, coming to the semi-final, the races are known. As we said before, we're going to have Michael Esca and Hugo Fuertes into the first semi-final, and Merel Oxtra and Ava Cabral in the other one. That's what we know at this point for the semi-final. When it comes to the rest of the classification, we move along as we go between some of the races out there. But indeed, Colin Snowis and Celia Perichot are already classified for the next stages of those elimination races. Now it's down to Shriki and Bonnet against one another. Bonnet and Shriki, and the winner of the last race, if the same driver, in this case Agam Shriki, takes another win, well, he will move to the next stage and will be competing against Colin Snowis, the Belgian driver, in the race for between P10 and P9. So that's for a position on the very edge of the top 10 at the end of those FIA Motorsport games in the mini category. The light goes green and we're racing once again. Bonnet against Shriki. The Israeli driver had taken a win just before. Then the Peruvian driver tried to switch the position and take his revenge. Outside of 10, number 1 at the advantage of once again Agam Shriki. We had the upper hand at the starting procedure and into the first few meters of this race. Let's see what Cristobal Bonnet can do this time around. He has one more chance, 2 laps to try to find a bit of space somewhere outside of turn number 6. Not quite able to follow his opponent through. Then we have turn number 7, turn number 8, right and left. Coming to the last sector of the track, a little bit of a bump out there on the exit of turn number 8, which is certainly not making the life of those drivers any easier. And I do think a little bit of a mistake from Cristobal Bonnet. At least he didn't seem as comfortable as Agam Shriki on the outside of turn number 10. Lost a bit of momentum in this last sector of the track. Here they come along, 1.8 seconds already between the two. You can feel that Agam Shriki has really made his track his own. Much better pace, 1 minute 3.4, 1 minute 5.2 for Cristobal Bonnet in second place. And at this pace, I don't think that the Peruvian driver will have what it takes to switch those positions back. That means that Agam Shriki will qualify for the next step and will be competing, as we said, against the young Belgian driver. If that stays as it is, Colin Snowis. We'll see Agam Shriki competing against him for the next rotation of races. Well, we'll wait as well to know the last qualifiers for the next step of races. In the meantime, one last turn, one last kick of the throttle, and that's victory for Agam Shriki in front of Cristobal Bonnet. 2 victories in a row for the young driver from Israel in front of Bonnet. Then we're going to have, just after this, the next rotation of races with the race number 20 that will start just after, still with the mini category. Stay with us.
porque vamos a tener que esperar otra vez para que cambie el coche. Dani, ¿cuántas mangas quedan de minis y de los otros? ¿Puedes decírmelo? De junior y 4 de minis. Ok, recibido, gracias. Y luego las finales, a ver si te lo digo, son 4 de minis y una de cada, una de junior y una de senior. Vale, controles, entraron rescate a repartir aguas y bocadillos mientras no lleguen los minis, ¿vale? Si llegan intentaremos cerrar lo más rápido posible y ya acabaremos después el reparto, pero mientras aprovechamos este momento. Vale, atención controles, los minis están de camino, dentro de un par de 20 minutos deberíamos poder arrancar. Simplemente, por favor, infórmate por dónde estás, repartiendo el agua y bocadillo. Estoy en la rural al punto del sur. Vale, acá me monta aquí en la gralla, a ver cómo te está.
Welcome everybody to the FIA Motorsport Games as we get ourselves ready for the last phase of qualifying races for the mini category. If you're joining us for the first time, well, welcome along on the YouTube channel on the Olympics of Motorsport edition number 3. After Vallelunga near Rome in Italy, after Marseille and the Paul Ricard circuit in the south of France, we find ourselves on the east coast of Spain in the beautiful region of Valencia. 2 different tracks, 4 different locations around the beautiful city of Valencia. As we have 8 more races to go for the mini category before taking a break and entering the semi-final and final phase of the operations for today. But for now, the mini are making their way onto the track as we're going to have, once again, 2 driver contests in just the coming minutes. Manuela Galvao Bernardelli and Célie Perichot are the 2 young drivers in front of your screen getting ready as we are ready for the race number 20. That is race number 20. There's a lot of time sessions, a lot of racing sessions yesterday and today, but race number 20 means that this is a battle between the drivers in P13 and 12th position in the ranking. This will be the last race for those 2 drivers as part of the FIA Motorsport Games, as the winner will be classified P12 and the last one will be classified P14, 13 and 14 at the end of the FIA Motorsport Games. So here we go. The light goes green. Certainly not the weekend that those 2 young drivers had been expecting in terms of results, but they still have 1 race to go. We're going to have those 2 drivers going side by side, head to head for 2 races in a row as we wait for the next 2 just after to get themselves onto the track. So we keep Galvao Bernardelli and Perichot for this race and to the next, and then next rotation with 2 different drivers for race number 21 for the drivers who will be classified P10 and P9 and P10. Those 2 drivers as part of this race here, Manuela and Célie, will be classified P12 and P13 at the end of this race. Now, the classification will be made official and established by the end of the weekend. So just to get yourself up to date, this will be published on the FIA Motorsport Games official website. But at the moment, Célie Perichot has the upper hand on Manuela Galvao Bernardelli, the Brazilian. But Bernardelli is coming back fast. She's coming back fast, right on the tail into turn number 5. Oh, that's going to be an interesting last part of the second lap. Let's see if she can make a difference coming to the last sector into the turn number 7, the left, then right left of the chicane in turn number 8. A little bit of momentum missing certainly for Manuela Galvao Bernardelli as entering the last sector of the track. The left-hander in turn number 9, the right-hander in turn number 10. Oh, and it's coming close. It's coming quite close for the Brazilian driver. But she won't have enough time on her hands to try to switch those positions, as the first of the last 2 races for those 2 drivers is won by Célie Perichot. Another win in the bag for Célie Perichot. That means that if she wins that one, race number 20, so she will be classified at the back end of the classification. But there's 1 more race to go between those 2, and a second victory in a row will certainly help her cause at the end of the weekend. As for now, the winner of race number 9. So in the end, if the situation is simple, if Célie Perichot wins again the race that will come next in just a moment, she will be classified P12 out of 14 drivers, and the loser out of those 2 as Manuela Bernardelli still have a shot at the victory in the race just after. The second of those two races in the end will be classified just behind in P13. So we're talking about the drivers whose weekend didn't go according to plan. This is the last race, the last chance for them to consolidate themselves with a strong result and a strong demonstration for the team members and parents and family members watching along, whether you guys are on location or live on the YouTube channel. Thank you ever so much for tuning in for the FIA Motorsport Games. Take the same drivers, and we go again for one more race between Célie Perichot and Manuela Galvao Bernardelli. Come quickly, as you might hear some clapping in the background as well. There's a lot of cheering up for those youngsters of the mini category for their first ever appearance in the FIA Motorsport Games. As once the race is done, the young drivers have to leave the track through the corner number 5, go all around through the emergency road of the karting and motorcycle track nearby, get through the washing zone, not just to get a good washing just yet, but after, and then back through the scale, and already onto the pre-grid for the next race. 2 laps to go through. Once again, we keep the same drivers, and we go again for one more attempt at the victory. The light goes green. Galvao Bernardelli, Célie Perichot, all side by side, entering turn number 1. The driver on the inside should have the upper hand, technically speaking. It's not quite the case on the outside. Beautifully made from those two, and the upper hand at the moment goes to the Frenchman. The French lady, shall I say, Célie Perichot. As Galvao Bernardelli once again having to follow through from second place. Let's see if this time around she will be able to switch those positions, and why not as soon as turn number 5? Oh, that could be an interesting spot. We've seen some overtaking maneuvers being done through the course of the first few races, and also the juniors and the seniors this morning. Talking about the juniors and seniors, we'll have them back very, very soon for the semi-final. You might be able to hear some of the engine roaring behind me as well. This means that the competitors are aligning themselves into the scale area just before the pre-grid, waiting for the last few rotations of drivers. You can see them in the background, but it's not their turn yet to compete, as the Mini going to the last lap. Célie Perichot, Manuela Galvao Bernardelli. This will be the last ever lap that those two will give us as part of the FIA Motorsport Games. This has been a pleasure to have you girls with us. Célie Perichot, Manuela Galvao Bernardelli, and as the young French lady on the way to what will be victory number 2. But watch out for the Brazilian, because she's coming back close in the braking part of turn number 5. Last race for those two, as we said, and the winner in the end would be classified P12, and it seems to be going the way of Célie Perichot. One last attempt, one last few corners in the last sector of the track, as Bernardelli is coming back close again. She's putting the pressure on Célie Perichot until the checkered flag. One last kick of the throttle, and checkered flag is waving. That's another victory in the bag for Célie Perichot. Classified, if it's not moving, if it's not changing, she will be classified overall 12 out of 14, just in front of Manuela Galvao Bernardelli, with done in P14, the driver that was second of one of the races that we had previously. And we'll get back to that in a minute. But Célie Perichot, in the meantime, last 2 races on the course of Aspar Circuit, and she made it stick beautifully, made the most of her last 2 races with 2 victories in a row in front of Manuela Galvao Bernardelli. We stay with the Mini, don't go anywhere, and as you can see, the wind has been slightly picking up, the rain is still very much with us, so we stay with the Mini in just a moment. The last two qualifying races for those young drivers of the mini category, as we're waiting for the competitors to make their way onto the pre-grid. In the background as well, the competitors of the senior class. And you might be wondering, well, what are they doing here if they are not actually competing or making their way onto the track? There's a good reason to that. They will be the next in line entering the track in just a few moments for the respective pre-finals. So we will have to wait a little bit more for those seniors to make their way onto the track, as we have a couple of more races left for the minis.
Atención controles, vamos a arrancar otra vez con los minis, otra vez con los minis.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, for some more action here from the Aspar Circuit as part of the cross car activities. Mini, junior and senior, the light goes green and we're racing again with Agam Shikri and Colin Snewitz. The last two races for those two youngsters from Israel and Belgium. We go again for the two driver contest around 2 laps. This is race number 21, and for those two, this means the last two occasions to shine in front of the eyes of the world, as we are live here on the YouTube channel of the FIA Motorsport game. So give it all for this last race. Oh, and a bit of a contact and a mistake for one of the two outside of turn number 5. Unfortunately, that's the Belgian driver, Colin Snewitz, who was in the lead, and giving the lead to Agam Shriki from Israel. We had been expecting a bit of a contest between the two, but unfortunately something happened in turn number 5. Look at the gap, who got extended quite significantly in the course of half of a lap. The Israeli driver is going to have one more round to go through as he comes across on the start-finish straight. Agam Shriki top, Colin Snewitz a little bit of a mistake in turn number 5. as it's 3.6 seconds behind. So I don't think that, unfortunately, at this pace, with the lap being shorter than usual, he will have what it takes and the time remaining on his hands to try to catch up with the leader and switch those positions. This is in the turn that it happened. It wasn't clear if it was a result of a contact of or Colin Snow's going sideways just a tiny bit, but as a result, unfortunately, he's nowhere to be seen close to Agam Shriki. And as a reminder, this is the last race for those two. The winner of this race, number 21, will be classified. The winner of race number 25, I'll try to see where he is actually currently. It will be classified P9, and the loser of those two races will be classified in P10. Checkered flag is waving for Agam Shikri. Colin Snow is quite a lot behind. 5.2 seconds is the gap that Agam Shikri was able to build. That's victory number 1 for the young Israeli. We're going to have one more race between those two. And if Agam Shikri is able to take another win, well, he will be classified P9 in total at the end of those FIA Motorsport games. And unless Colin Snow is able to take the win and maybe find himself the fastest, even faster than Agam Shikri in this first race, he might have a chance to be classified 9. Otherwise, he will be P10 in the overall classification. They're going to go around the track one more time and get themselves ready onto the pre-grid. Such change of schedule as well that we have been informed just before the start. We're gonna go straight away, ladies and gentlemen, for the senior pre-finals. So stay with us. After those last two races, we will have one more rotation of the minis, but that will come later. First of all, the seniors. Two semi-finals for the seniors. 6 laps to go through. 10 drivers on one side, 10 drivers on the other side, and from those 20 competitors, -5 from the start. We only get to keep half of that for the final of the senior category, the prime class of them all, later this morning. So that's something you don't want to miss. The semifinals of the senior category, as all the drivers are already ready onto the pre-grid, waiting for the last race of that rotation for the mini to come to a close. And then we'll come back a bit later with the other minis once those two are done. But that's something certainly that you don't want to miss. Minis on track. Colin Snow is Agam Shriki. The green flag is waving. The light will go green once again. And this is a signal for them to hit the throttle hard. Here we go. Green, green, green. Snow is Agam Shriki. Another chance for any of the two to be classified P9 overall out of 14 competitors at the end of this weekend. As they're going through the inside. There we go into the first sector. Snow is Shreki at the advantage of the Belgian driver by the look of it. Into turn number 5. This is indeed Agam Shreki actually who took the lead in this opening lap once again in front of Colin Snows. And let's see, the Belgian has picked up a little bit of a pace. Certainly he's been learning about certainly some of the spots he wants to avoid on that track to be able to maximize his performance, to maximize his overall pace. But Agam Shriki certainly pushed up a little bit by his result in the opening race. He's really giving us a flyer here. He's quite uncatchable for the Belgian driver. As in the meantime, you can see the senior drivers already getting themselves onto the pre-grid. We enter the last lap of this confrontation between Agam Shriki and Colin Snowis. The last lap for those two drivers in the FIA Motorsport games. And once again, thank you very much indeed for being part of the first ever appearance of the mini class as part of the games. This has been a true pleasure to have you guys on track through the course of this competition of the mini category, which is not entirely done yet. One last rotation for the last 4 drivers to have a consolation performance to run things up for the weekend, and then we'll get ourselves into the semi-final and final phase. Agam Shriki, the last few turns. Colin Snows just behind, 2.1 seconds behind, certainly with no hope at all of a victory in this second and last race for the young Belgian. But that's an impeccable performance. 2 out of 2 for Agam Shriki in front of Colin Snows. Cross Car Senior, ladies and gentlemen, live from the Aspar Circuit in the beautiful region of Valencia. Welcome along if you're tuning in right now on the YouTube channel of the FIA Motorsport Games 2024. Now, qualifying heats are done. At the end of those 3 races, we have David Mea on pole position for this first semi-final. 2 semi-finals, 10 drivers. This is the maximum allowed on the grid. 10 drivers for this first one, 10 drivers for the races just after. But on pole position, we're going to have David Mea with Jonathan Ilimani by his side. Adar Melamed just in front of them on the front row of the grid. And we have Maciej Lakowski, Robert Rubielkins. The light go green. Are we racing? Yes, we are. Here we go. Green, green, green. The first semi-final of the senior class is a go. And watch out for the first turn. A little bit of drama for the back behind. But for David Mea, the French leader of the classification, the French gold medalist 2 years ago on home soil, is the prime favorite to make it 2 in a row, maybe back-to-back gold medals. For that, and a bit of a contact in turn number 5. But to achieve that, David Mea is going to have to take wind in the semi-final in order to start from pole for the final. That's exactly what he's busy doing. 6 laps to go through, 1 more than a superheat, 1 less than the final at the end of the morning. But there was a great start and great opening lap for David Mea. Second place, Jonathan Yilimani from Finland. Then we have Adar Melamed, who was starting on second place. Dropped the place now, is P3. Maciej Lakowski down in P4 from Robert Rubnienks, Felix Bell. Indeed a little bit on my side, but so far so good. On the left side of your screen, but David Mea doing what he does best, leading the pack and trying to build enough of a gap to feel entirely comfortable in this race. Look at that, 1.6 seconds as the battle is raging further back behind between Ililami and Adar Melamed. There's a battle for P2 as we speak between the driver from Finland and the driver from Israel. And drama with one drivers in a very, very difficult position. One of them getting rolled over, and the marshals are already busy trying to make sure that everybody goes through unhurt. It's just on the outside of turn number 5. What on earth happened there? But certainly the result of a big contact for one of them drivers, Eric Stensholt, the number 18, unfortunately in a very difficult position. I do hope that he's okay. And certainly he managed himself out of his car. But Eric Stensholt from Norway, in a little bit of a discomfort to say the least, got rolled over as a result of an incident. We didn't get the chance to see what happened truly into that turn number 5. But as for now, as we are into lap number 4 out of 6, David Mea is leading the way, the number 15, just behind the number 14. This is David Mea on your picture. Jonathan Yililami down in second, 3.3 seconds behind in second place. Adar Melamed still down in third. There's pretty much no one able to catch up with David in the lead. We have 2 battles on our hands for second place between those two. Then Maciej Lakowski and Felix Bodenmeier just behind. Bodenmeier, the German, outside of turn number 2 and 3. Contact! Not only for Lakowski, but also for Bodenmeier. An impressive set of driving skills there, as David Mea is pushing like never before to try to secure that victory. He is on his way to just do that. He's been absolutely impeccable through the course of that weekend of racing here in the Cross Car Series Senior. David Mea, as the gold medalist to beat, the 3-time European champion as well in the category. He's won all of his qualifying heats. He's on his way to win the semi-final, as the yellow flag is still waved for the car of Eric Stensholt. As you can see him being rolled over on the inside of the turn. The marshals keep saying to the drivers, just keep an outside line, don't just get too close to the life machine, otherwise you might want to find yourself stuck on the inside line, which could lead to mayhem. But we're about to conclude that first of the 2 semi-final of the senior category, ladies and gentlemen, and the checkered flag is welcoming once again in first place David Mea. France is winning again here in the senior category of the Cross Car Championship in the Motorsport Games. Another splendid demonstration of pace, of precision, of driving skills from David Mea, the most experienced of all the drivers, 17 years into the sport. lot of achievements on national and international soil as well. And another victory that that is likely to lead him to start on pole position coming to the final of the class. David Mea, your winner. Jonathan Yililami in second place from Adar Melamed, Maciej Lakowski, Felix Bedelmeijer, Robert Rumbanienks, Alan Sintes, Thomas Schmidt, Arno Demelen, and the unfortunate Henrik Stenshold that has the privilege of being the first driver to get rolled over all through the course of the weekend. We've had a bit of a scares for some drivers as well, but this is the first time that we get to have one driver in such a difficult position. I do hope he's okay, but you might easily understand that it was much difficult after that to keep on going into his race. Now, we're staying with the seniors. The second semi-final is underway, as we're going to have the second part of the classification making the grid. 10 drivers in the semi-final coming up next. Semi-final number 2 for the senior category in the cross car series. This is the cherry on top of the cake. This is the cream of international racing in off-road race in the world of cross car. David Mea just won semi-final 1. Let's take a look at the grid. Sebastian Hanholm, 2 races won as well in the super heat, in the heats just before. Ivan Pina Chinchilla as well, the Spaniard who came close to take the gold 2 years ago. He just left France with the silver gold, but is certainly willing to take his revenge on David Mea. That will be for later. That will be for the final. Now it's down to taking a win and securing the highest position you can think of onto the starting grid for the final. But Ivan Pina Chinchilla managed 2 wins as well in his qualifying heats before into that senior category, the same as Sebastian Hanholm from Sweden that he has by his side. On the front row, Nathan O'Tink, watch out for the young Netherlands, a former champion of karting, champion as well in the junior category in Europe this season, stepping to the seniors and willing to show the most experienced drivers in the class. Well, that is not here to make up the numbers, that's for sure. Round number 2, Bob Shannon from Luxembourg, Joao Diniz from Portugal by his side. Round number 3, Alex Elbrun from Peru, Tommy Barati from Slovakia, Adam Kotaska from Czech Republic, and on round number 4, with a little bit of a job on their hand, Nicholas Lucas Jensen from Denmark and Sahil Khanna from India. Beautiful selection of nations, 25 countries represented on to this grid of the senior category. 25 competitors to start with, 10 we are left with 20, 10 per race and only 10 in the final. But for that, you just need to secure that result you've been expecting since the start of the weekend. The line goes green and we're racing. We've got Pina Chinchilla, Sebastian Hanholm side by side to the advantage of the Spaniard. Well, the 39 just making himself up into the lead. Pina Chinchilla, what a start from the outside of turn number 1. The Ireland himself being impressed and just sneaked past through in front of Sebastian Hanholm to take the lead in front of the Swedish driver. Down in third place, we have Nathan O'Tink, I think, still very much in third. Coming to turn the last sector of the track behind those huge fences, trying to make a difference. But the lap 1, oh, look at the Swedish driver on 2 wheels outside of turn number 10. That was absolutely beautiful, as he certainly didn't expect to get his wheels on the fence like that. But as a result, he still was able to keep going. But I thought for a minute that we were going to have a second driver rolling over. That's part of racing here in the cross car, as we have a driver in discomfort there, trouble for one of the competitors. I think that might be Alex Elbrun at the wheel of his last life. This is number 30 indeed. Alex Elbrun, unfortunately, from Spain. No, sorry, from Peru, Alex Elbrun. Back in racing. 6/10 of a second between Pina Chinchilla and Sebastian Hanholm battling for the lead. As you can see, the remains, so to speak, of Alex Elbrun's car. He's getting out of his car quite safely and is being told by the marshals to make his way back to the pre-grade and to the scale area. Unfortunately, that's race done and dusted for the Peruvian driver. Back into number 5, into the hairpin. Stakes may split by just a few tenths of a second. Pina Chinchilla, Sebastian Hanholm, 1 and 2. Bob Shannon still down in third. Adam Kotaska in fourth place. Then Luca Jensen in fifth. And we're a bit. Oh yes, there's a change. There's a change for the lead. Well. Hanholm taking first position from Pina Chinchilla. Well. It just happened in turn number 9. What a beautiful move that was. Sweden is leading. Oh, contact between the 77 of Johan Diniz and the 82 of Sahil Khanna. Khanna is jumping around, trying to keep the racing line alive. But what a move it was. Might have been a little bit aggressive. I do wonder what the officials will make out of it. But between Diniz and Sahil Khanna, the Portuguese driver making a step up to P6. He just went there. You can feel that we are into semi-final phase, no longer into the qualifying races. Oh, and number 11, that will be a turn. That will be certainly decisive for the battle for the race. As Tommy Baratti, the number 11, was unfortunately in the way of Pina Chinchilla. Well, the Spanish driver certainly has lost a bit of time and space as well, trying to get around the back marker. Tommy Baratti a little bit in trouble into this race, and he's still going into this race as we've lost Nathan Nutting, the Dutchman, who was showing so much progress and so many good things through the course of his qualifying heat. He was one to watch for, and he's going through DNF into that second semi-final as we go into the last lap already, ladies and gentlemen. So much drama into that semi-final, number 2 of the senior class, and two drivers coming together. The number 7, Adam Kotaska, and the number 88, Bob Shannon. They were battling for P4 potentially. And coming together in one part of the track. A drama, another one. Into the battle for positions, into that semi-final. We're not done yet. The last sector. Sweden against Spain. Henol against Pina Chinchilla. Can the Spaniard surprise everybody around going the long way around? And grabbing across! And he's pushing Sweden! And takes the win into the semi-final! What a fantastic move! Pina Chinchilla just went for the attack. Went for the move into the last sector, the last turn. Celebrating already like a final victory. But what an attack and what a move. We had been expecting this for quite a while. The pressure was on. Sebastian Enholm was like in a position to control maybe the race until the end. But even Pina Chinchilla, the silver medal from 2022, was having none of it. He saw the opportunity, he saw the gap, and just went for the move, pushing Sweden a little bit on the side. That's part of racing. It was aggressive. To my opinion and knowledge, this might be fair, but what a win on the line, split by just 0.4 of a second. Pina Chinchilla takes the win. Sebastian Henholm having to make do with second place, and a very disappointed driver on the right side of your picture, getting out of his chassis, getting out of his car, and certainly not the easiest way to get out of your machine. Oh, and the frustration can be felt there for the driver trying to identify who that is. But what a semi-final, ladies and gentlemen. Pina Chinchilla, Henholm, Luca Jensen, Joao Dennis, P4, Salim Khanna, as well as Bob Shannon and Adam Kotaska and Tommy Baratti. Nathan Tink having to retire for the Netherlands, as well as Axel Elbren, unfortunately being stuck in turn number 1. But what a semi-final this was. Not only this one, the one before, but a lot of drama to get us started for the semi-final phase of the senior category. Ivan Pina Chinchilla, David Mea, these are your two winners in the respective semi-finals of the senior category. Now, it all comes down to the final classification at the end of those two semi-finals and the grid being established for the senior final. But what a fantastic piece of racing it was. I do hope that you guys have been entertained. This is only the first of many exciting final races that we have on our hands. But in between, we're going to go back to relatively more quiet proceedings with the last rotation of the qualifying races for the mini class. You can see that the minis are already waiting in line onto the pre-grid. We're going to have a rotation of 4 more races, the last 4 races, to allow the last 4 drivers on schedule to have one last go out to the track, and then we'll go back to the mini once again for the semi-final, and then the juniors and the seniors for the final phase. Stay with us. Let's take a breather. Let's get a bit of water as well. Grab a popcorn if you can, because the last phase of today's racing program will be absolutely fantastic to follow. Cross-car mini back onto the track here in Aspar region, not far from Valencia, about 40 kilometers down the road from the beautiful city on the east coast of Spain. As after mayhem and the dramas of the semi-final number 2 of the senior category, well, we're back to the mini for the last rotation of 4 races involving 4 drivers in the mini category. Well, if you're joining us right now, you'll see that we're going for a slightly different sort of rhythm and race rhythm in terms of pace, in terms of size of vehicles. We're talking about little buggies for drivers between 8 to 12 years old, and we do have the last 4 drivers competing for the last races on track right now in order to be classified through the course of this last day of racing. This will be race 22 and 23. The winner of this round, this one, race number 22, as you can see, will get to be classified P7, and the driver who will make it through those last 2 races will be classified P8. So we'll see between Mirosnis and Ogberg. This is number 261 and 259 competing against one another, as we have Mirosnis from Latvia and Edwin Ogberg from Norway. And here we go, the light has just turned green. 2 laps to go through for that 2-driver contest, Latvia against Norway. Let's see who will come out on top, and the prize for this race at the end is to finish either P7 or P8 of the overall classification. It's down to just them 2, and based on what we had before, we're going to have them for 2 races in a row and then switch to the very last qualifying race of the mini category before switching and going further into the schedule with the semi-final for the youngest drivers, as this will be straight followed by the junior category for the respective semi-finals. And then when everybody is coming through that phase, we'll be ready, ladies and gentlemen, for the big and much awaited finals, starting with the minis, then the junior, and finishing on a high in fireworks, certainly, with the senior category. And if you haven't seen that second semi-final of the prime class in the cross-car world, well, I would suggest to going back into the replays and going backwards into the live streaming on the YouTube channel on the FIA Motorsport games, because this is certainly worth checking out, like a very tasty appetizer of what will be ecstatic final to follow, that's for sure. As in the lead, Mirosnis in front of Hogberg at the moment. I could see Emils Mirosnis, your leader, trying working a little bit in his cockpit to was it like oh yeah, he's trying to push himself a little bit more forward. Is he like facing a drop of power by the look of it? Is still very much in the lead. Checkered flag is coming. Lap number 2 is completed. He was trying to give himself a little bit of a push, so no worries. Emils Mirosnis winning in front of Edwin Ogberg, on his way to potentially finishing in P7 at the end of his first ever participation in the FIA Motorsport games in the cross-car category. They're going to come around through the emergency road of the nearby track of karting, then back on the pre-grid in no time. A lot of people cheering around on the Aspar Circuit, and that's very nice to see. There's a lot of you out there surrounding the track, and a lot of you out there as well watching along. Thank you ever so much once again for tuning in on the YouTube channel of the FIA Motorsport games. The light go green, and we have two different drivers this time around. My apologies, Johan Ledvi and Livery Manisto. So we're back to the original schedule as it was meant to be. So 2 different drivers for the respective races as well. We're going to have, of course, the 2 drivers that we had before just back on track in no time, as we had the victory, of course, further earlier for one of those 2 drivers in their respective competition. But now it's down to Johan Ledvi and Livery Manisto to give us a show for the money. 2 laps to go through for those youngsters. And for this race, this is the race number 23 that we're having. The winner will get to be classified P5. So that's an interesting contest, because these are the two drivers, Ledvi and Manisto, who didn't make it through the final phase, for the semi-final phase, sorry. So unfortunately, they are very much on the edge of the top four that is due to compete in the semi-final later on. So a little bit of a consolation race for both Ledvi and Manisto. Ledvi, who started this weekend on a very strong note, being one of the fastest in the qualifying practice, that made him miss the round of 14. He just went straight to the quarterfinals, along with the Spanish driver Fuertes, that we'll get to see competing in the semi-finals with a shot at the gold medal, that's for sure. As in turn number 5, oh, that's going to be an interesting tussle for victory here between the Estonian and the Finnish driver. Ledvi against Manisto, at the advantage of the Estonian at the moment. Team Estonia in the lead in front of Team Finland. As we're about to conclude that opposition, the last sector, the last few turns. There's a P5 finish up for grab. That will be certainly the hardest of all places to finish in, considering that you were very, very close to make it to the semi-final and final. But still, that's one result to go grab, and Johan Ledvi just did that beautifully. Victory for Team Estonia in front of Livery Manisto. As you can see in the background of your picture already, the next two drivers, the same as we had before, getting themselves ready for the upcoming race. Emils Miorsnis and Edwin Ogberg coming up next in just a few moments for the confrontation number 2. And let's see who will be able to come out on top this time around. Crosscar Mini once again on track here in Aspar, Valencia, as we get ourselves ready for the last two qualifying races as part of the FIA Motorsport Games. Once those races are done, we'll be ready to move forward to the semi-final and final phases. Miorsnis against Hogberg, Via against Norway. We had a win for Emil Miorsnis just earlier. Let's see if he's going to be able to make it 2 in a row and be classified at the end of this race in P7. That's the reward, that's the expected result for the driver coming out on top. There's two ways to move to either the next step or be classified higher than your rival. Win both races, that's very simple. But in case of a tie, well, not only the race but also the fastest lap might help you out to get the ticket to the next stage or the place that you are aiming in the classification. Now, for the time being, this is still P7 up for grab, and the light go green between Emil Miorsnis and Edwin Holberg side by side into turn number 1 for the cross-car mini category here in Valencia on the Aspar Circuit, led by Jorge Martinez, the former MotoGP motorcyclist, one of the legends of the two-wheel championships back in the 80s and 90s up to the early 2000s, as the Martinez family and Jorge Martinez turned into team owner and co-owner as well of this beautiful Aspar facility. Aspar is actually the nickname of Signore Jorge Martinez, the owner of the place, if you're wondering. Gave his name to his team in the motorcycle world, gave his name to his track as well, that he took over quite recently, actually, reopening this year, and welcoming the FIA Motorsport Games for the karting and the crossroad operation, the cross-car operations with the Mini, the Juniors and the Seniors. Into the lap number 2, Emil Miorsnis once again into the lead in front of Edwin Hogberg. Let's see what the Norwegian driver will be able to do this time around. He doesn't have that much time remaining. Less than one lap until the checkered flag to try to finish on a high. Still, he has to be certainly satisfied. He must feel satisfied about his overall performance. If it's another win at the end of this last race, this will be P8 in the end out of 14 competitors, which in all things considered, with the delays, with the track conditions sometimes being difficult, is not a bad result at all. As Miorsnis trying to give himself a bit of a push coming to the last few turns. One last kick of the throttle, and this will be another checkered flag for the driver from Latvia, winning in front of Edwin Ogberg for the latest confrontation. This is the last one for those two, as the next drivers are already moving forward onto the pre-grid. Still in the mini class, this one will be the last race before I do think that we're gonna follow this by a little bit of a break, but this is to be confirmed. But don't go anywhere. One more race for the minis, and then we add ourselves into the semi-final phase. Crosscar Mini once again up onto the track with Johan Ledvig and Liveri Manisto, your two drivers now laying themselves onto the grid for the last race of the weekend here on the Aspar Circuit in the beautiful region of Valencia. Let's see which of the two, whether Team Finland or whether Team Estonia, will be able to finish this race in the lead and take the upper hand. Good start. The light goes green in coming to turn number 1. Those two little buggies, Ledvig against Manisto. As Liveri Manisto giving us a good performance for Team Finland against Team Estonia. Let's see how those two will finish this time around, as Estonia is in the lead for now. Into turn number 5. And so far, even though you might see it for yourself that the skies are still quite cloudy and threatening, the rain is no more by the look of it. So I will dry out the track just a little bit. The more they pass on it, and the more the racing line will be dry. But watch out when you put your wheels either at the left or the right side out of it. That might be costly. That was into turn number 11. Keeping the racing line as it has to do. Johan Ledvig in the lead in front of Liveri Manisto. Here we go, split at 0.8 of a second, entering lap number 2. As you can hear already, the engines roaring for the rest of the competition. I do think that based on what we have, still there's been some schedule changes over the course of the day due to some technical changes as well with the cars themselves, and sometimes repairs are needed. There might be delays, there might be changes as well. That's part of what we do. But based on what I can hear from my position, I do think that we're going to go straight into the semi-final for the junior class and then go back to the minis right after. To be confirmed, but you'll see this for yourself. Once this confrontation is done, Ledvig against Manisto. Last few turns, watch out. The advantage is to Team Estonia. The last turn, this is where actually some drivers can get caught up in surprise, and there's gonna be a side-by-side finish pretty much. But Johan Ledvig is winning for just 0.3 of a second in front of Liveri Manisto. Well done to Team Estonia, finishing in first place. That will grant him into that confrontation. P7 in the end. P5 in the end in front of Manisto. Well, Ledvig, Manisto, that's the conclusion of the qualifying races for the mini class, ladies and gentlemen. That phase that was supposed to be concluded yesterday is now coming to a close, as the engines are roaring behind me. The drivers of the junior class, to my knowledge, are getting themselves ready to go for battle for their respective semi-finals. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, on the Aspar Circuit. The cross-car junior competition is about to get underway for the first of the two semi-finals as part of the FIA Motorsport Games 2024. As they look at the grid, as at the end of the 3 qualifying heats, the grid has been established based on the two best results out of 3 for each of the drivers competing in the junior class, where we have 14 competitors in total, but only a chunk of that will be will get to compete for the final. We have 7 drivers for the first semi-final, 7 for the next after that, and half of that will be kept for the big final. At the moment, Diego Martinez, the driver you see on the left side, is your pole sitter, is your current leader of the classification after the qualifying heats, in front of Sacha Dayo, who will get to come for the race after on pole position as well. But based on the classification of those drivers, Luca Martel, the Belgian driver, 3rd overall, and on the front row of the grid for Team Belgium. Then we have Oliver Luca Jensen from Denmark sharing that front row of the grid. 2 drivers only on row number 2. Thomas Pregliasco from Argentina, Oskar Maciejewski from Poland by his side. Row number 3, Bernardo Bitti from Italy, and Vasileios Iliopoulos from Greece by his side. A total of 7 drivers through the course of 3 rows. 7 drivers, 3 rows. The green flag is waving as we go through 6 laps for the junior category, same as for the seniors. Once the light go green, we're racing here in Aspar. First semi-final for the juniors, and a good start on the inside for Diego Martinez. Watch out for Martel as well. He's going to try Luca Martel to get the advantage, and yes, he can. Belgium on the outside of that, number 2 and 3, all the way to the 4th, having 5. The upper hand in the right racing line, but Random was able to get himself into the lead in front of Diego Martinez. That might be the time for Belgium. A little bit of a push. Martinez is trying to find his way through, pushing the Belgian on the inside. Watch out, Martinez is going to go through. And he's touching the wall. Oh, contact! A multiple contact. All the drivers pushing each other. Diego Martinez had no way else to go. 40th, he was trying to make himself find a place. Space on the inside of turn number 11, but Luca Cartel just shut that door right on the exit. Martinez was certainly a bit caught up by surprise. He went to a stop, and thankfully, actually, it didn't result in a big accident and a big coming together for some of the drivers behind, because we came close to mayhem there. But as a result, Luca Cartel was able to build himself a bit of a gap, 1.5 seconds, but Diego Martinez is still very much into that race. In 2nd place, the gap has been extending behind. Thomas Pregliasco in 3rd place, jumping in front of Oliver Luca Jensen down in 4th. 5th place for Bernardo Bitti, Vasileios Iliopoulos down in 6th, and Oskar Maciejewski down in P7. The battle is very much on. All the eyes are on the battle. From P1 into that semi-final. Contact and some trouble as well for Oliver Luca Jensen by the look of it. As outside of turn number 5, Belgium still in the lead against Spain. Watch out for Diego Martinez against Luca Cartel, diving through the turn number 8, so right and left into the last sector. We are about to conclude lap number 3 out of 6. There's one more round than in the qualifying heats for those drivers from the junior class. Still, that's not a lot of time, as there might be some trouble at the rear wheel by the look of it for Oliver Luca Jensen, who keeps on going into that race. Unless someone from the officials tells him otherwise. And yeah, I think there's indeed some wheel protection on the entry to turn number 4, just on the outside of the racing line there. As for now, Martinez, look at the pressure on the Belgian. Belgium against Spain. Diego Martinez against Luca Cartel. The pressure is mounting on the shoulders of the leader. He's trying to keep the racing line alive, trying to shut all those doors, one turn after the other. Oh, watch out for the back marker. Watch out for Oliver Luca Jensen. He has to get out of line. He does so brilliantly. The blue flag has been shown. And Oliver Luca Jensen, who's going to be 1 lap behind, was able to get himself out of the way as the leaders were making their way past. But it's still so tight. Make your bet, ladies and gentlemen. Just 2 tiny tenths of a second between the 2 leaders. As Pregliasco and Bitti as well battling for 3rd place. That's important, because the higher you finish, the more points you collect, and the better you will be positioned coming to the grid of the final. And for now, the upper hand seems to be going the way of Luca Cartel, but look at how close Diego Martinez is. Here we go, lap number 6. That's the last opportunity. There's more. Oh, and there was a mistake. Was it a mistake? Was it a slight push? But the lead is changing hands. Diego Martinez is back in the lead. Spain P1. Luca Cartel from Belgium in P2. Still something to say to this race. Maybe still something to do. But what on earth happened there on the exit of turn number 1? Was it the result of a slight push? Was it a driver mistake under pressure from Luca Cartel? no matter what happened. As a result, Martinez got back in the lead and is going to take the win in that first of the two semi-final. The checkered flag is waving. It felt like a super final already, but it's only the semis, and it goes the way of Diego Martinez. The Spaniard wins on home soil. He takes a joker option, and you look at that. To see the checkered flag and finish still this race, but 2 laps down. What a first semi-final, ladies and gentlemen. Diego Martinez, Luca Cartel split by 1.5 seconds at the advantage of the Spaniard. Thomas Pregliasco down in third for Argentina. Bernardo Bitti for Italy down in P4. For Greece, Vasilios Iliopoulos in P5. Then we have for Poland, Oskar Majewski in P6. And Oliver Lucas Jensen, unfortunately, the Danish driver, down in P7. Stay with us as we go back with the juniors in a moment for the second semi-final. Cross Car Junior Part 2. Here's the second semi-final after the victory, well, for Diego Martinez in a fantastic fashion against the Belgian driver, Luca Cartel, who has been able to give us a fantastic piece of driving and show through the course of that 6-lap race. But Martinez came out on top in dramatic fashion, to say the least. He's going to be the one to follow. In the meantime, the green flag is waving. The light will go green. Sasha Dayo, Brian-Luca Neumayer, JJ Normutik, Pim Vlasak, Mata Zawarski, Theo Sebastian Johansson, Josephine Almvingst. That's for your top 7. Here we go. Into turn number 1. 6 laps to go through. It's going quite well for everybody into the track. That's a good getaway from the pole sitter from France, Sasha Dayo, who took a win in one of his qualifying heats. And watch a little bit of a drama and contact. 3 drivers involved going side by side, hitting each other's wheels into turn number 5. This is the opening lap. This is always a bit of mayhem, trying to find the best racing line, trying to build yourself a bit of a space to make yourself through and initiate any maneuvers that could make a difference. As for now, Dayo was having none of it and just held on to that first place brilliantly into the first few corners. 1 lap completed. Sasha Dayo in the lead. Brian-Luca Neumauer from Germany in second. Pim Vlasak from the Netherlands down in third place. Then we have JJ Normutik fourth, losing a position in front of Matas Zawarskis. Then we have Josephine Almvingst gaining a place in front of Theo Sebastian Johansson, as we are only getting started into that semi-final. But how close that is, will it be as close as it was between Martinez and Luca Martel? It remains to be seen, because Sasha Dayo for the moment is doing a brilliant job at keeping his rivals at bay. Outside of turn number 11. Oh, and unfortunately a mistake for the Dutchman. A mistake for Brian-Luca Neumayer. We've seen this live. I was caught up by surprise myself even. But Brian-Luca Neumayer is dropping places, unfortunately. He was surprised himself as well by, and there's some carbon fiber over there, or at least some cover on the right side over there of the driver up into second place. I think it was now Pim Vlasak from the Netherlands who got himself into P1, far behind Sasha Dayo, your French leader. But as for now, Brian-Luca Neumayer managed still to stay in third place by the look of it. But that's in that spot, turn number 11, that he was surprised by his machine going sideways a little bit, and that caught him up by surprise, and he had to release the gas in order not to get rolled over outside of the turn. But this is indeed Pim Vlasak with his Life machine that has that little bit of protection on the right side, going loose a little bit. Hopefully he won't lose it completely, because Brian-Luca Neumayer is just behind. Certainly the result of a previous contact in the opening stages of that semi-final. But I do wonder if that's worth receiving a technical flag for Pim Vlasak. We won't get that far into conclusion, but as a result, he finds himself into second place, and as long as the cover stays where it is, you can see it flying around just a little bit under the wind, but it seems to be fairly attached still to the rest of the body of the car. JJ Normutic in the meantime just got ahead of Brian-Luca Neumauer for 4th place, so it's going from bad to worse, unfortunately, for the German, who was fighting for the lead at some point, trying to chase Sacha Dayot before a mistake caught him off guard into turn number 11. And mistakes, there haven't been that many, certainly, for the young French driver, entering what will be lap number 5 out of 6. 3.3 seconds advantage on the rest of the field. Pim Vlasak, in the meantime, trying to resist the pressure from JJ Normutic, the Estonian driver, down in 4th place, in 3rd place now, with the fastest lap in the race. That's going to be interesting between the two. There's the battle for 2nd place. And he's really flying more and more, actually, in the right side on the body part of Pim Vlasak. Let's try to see what happened there as we're back with the leaders. But Pim Vlasak and JJ Normutic battling along for 2nd place. Brian-Luca Neumauer is not far behind in 4th. Then we have Josephine Almqvist getting ahead of Matas Zawarskis, dropping 2 places at the end of this 2nd semi-final for the junior class, won by Sacha Dayot, who joins Diego Martinez as semi-final winner in the junior category. Beautiful performance, and like what we had before, he's been really on top of his game for this one. Sacha Dayot winning the semi-final number 2. JJ Normutic taking 2nd place in front of Pim Vlasak. So we saw a change for 2nd place in the end into that last lap. Beautifully made from the Estonian in front of the Dutchman. Brian-Luca Neumauer in 4th place from Josephine Almqvist in 5th. Theo Sebastian Johansson in P6. And Matas Zawarskis, the 155 from Lithuania, running up the top 7. Dead last, unfortunately, for him at the end of this 2nd semi-final for the junior category. Well, what a beautiful spectacle of racing we've been witnessing in the junior and the seniors. I hope that you guys watching along have been as much appreciative as we are here live on the Aspar Circuit. We'll take a short break and we'll be back for more action with the remaining races for the mini categories in the respective semi-final. And once the semi-final phase is done and dusted, well, get yourselves ready for the most important and most awaited races of them all, the finals. Welcome everybody live on the YouTube channel of the FIA Motorsport Games. We are getting near the start of the first semi-finals for the mini category. We're going to have 4 semi-finals. There's a couple of drivers involved, that's to say the least, but 2 drivers each, and they're going to have to go through 2 races. That's going to be an interesting one. There's 2 laps each for those youngsters. Same system as before for the qualifying races. If you've been with us since the start of proceedings today and maybe yesterday as well, there's been a lot of you watching along on the YouTube channel yesterday, and I would like to thank you once again from wherever you are tuning in from all 4 corners of the world, I'm sure. Thank you ever so much once again. But semi-final is gonna go around now. 2 races. We're gonna have first as well the race number 11 between Fuertes and Ischra. We're gonna have as well the other semi-final between Cabral and Austria. Some of the 4 competitors that were able to fight their way through and be the most dominant and the best performers out there. We had 14 drivers to start with, and only 4 of them will just made it to the semi-final stage. Each of those 2, so those 2 groups going head to head, will have to go through 2 semi-finals. And at the end of those 4 semi-finals in total, we'll be good to go for the final stage. We have 2 finals on our hand, the final A to celebrate and to deliver the gold and silver medals, as well as the final B for the bronze, and the driver who will end up in 4th place. So as for now, the first confrontation of the mini category is underway in just a moment, as after this rotation of 4 semi-finals for the mini category, we'll go back as well to the final, if I'm not mistaken. We might see a little bit of a change into the schedule, but it remains to be confirmed, considering that we had to move the minis up to that point now. So we're done with the semi-finals for the seniors and the juniors, but we've done the juniors just before, and what an ecstatic spectacle it was. But now we're doing the minis, which means that we're due to follow through after this rotation of races to the finals for the mini class, but which means that we cannot actually go from semi-final to final straight away, to my knowledge. But again, this is to be confirmed. So we might see back on track the juniors and the seniors for their respective finals before finishing with the minis again. I do hope I'm making myself clear, but again, this is based on the information I'm being given pretty much live as we move along. So I'll keep you guys updated as soon as we have confirmation of how the end of the schedule will go. But for the final of the mini categories, we have already a couple of confirmation, obviously, about who got to align themselves onto that front row. The first one, we'll see Ego Fuertes and Michal Erska, Czech Republic against Spain. That's a big moment for the young Ego Fuertes, competing on home soil in front of his peers in Spain. The light goes green, and we're racing. Ego Fuertes against Michal Erska. Spain, the hosting country, against Czech Republic in the cross-car mini semi-final. Here we go. That's the first of the 2 most important steps of the weekend for those youngsters. They've been through a lot of qualifying races. Now it's down to them to finish the job on a high, and as you can see, the racing line has been worked out by the trucks in between to make sure that it was stamped enough, and a little bit of a mistake maybe on the exit of the turn from Michael Astra, the young Czech Republic driver, who was able to keep up with the pace of Hugo Fuertes on the outside of the turn number 6. Hugo Fuertes, who has been the dominant form in this mini category ever since the start of the weekend. He got the fastest lap in the first free practice, fastest lap in both qualifying practice sessions, putting him as the overall pole sitter. And from then on, it was pretty much a clean sheet from the young Spaniard. Certainly cheered up by a lot of his peers, friends, and family members watching along on the fences of the track and in the grandstand as well. So please do pay us a visit. The cross-car competition is slightly coming to a close, but not without the fireworks in all 3 classes, starting with the semi-finals. Fuertes having the upper hand, 2 laps to go through for the semi-finals of the mini category. groups. After that, we're going to have Cabral and Austria. And now, Hugo Fuertes is doing a strong job at keeping the Czech driver at bay. 1.2 seconds splitting them two as he's about to conclude his first race. I can hear the bravo and the cheering in Spanish for the young Hugo Fuertes, taking the checkered flag, taking the first win in the opening semi-final, and that's a very good sign, certainly, of a pole position coming his way, coming to the final. But he's going to have one more race after that to confirm his brilliant state of form. Already celebrating in his cockpit as he just won the final, but still a bit of patience. But this is the first part of the contract. Well managed for the young driver. Fuertes from Spain, Hugo Fuertes, as we're going to have the next race coming up. Ava Cabral from Canada and Meryl Oxtra, one of the youngest drivers as part of the field. She's currently 8 years old and 2 months, would you believe, Meryl Oxtra from the Netherlands, and she's one of the youngest drivers in the entire FIA Motorsport games. So that to put you in perspective about the wide diversity of ages that we had. Those drivers are between 8 and 12 years old, and Cabral and Oxtra will be up next, still in the mini category. The green flag is waving. Ava Cabral against Meryl Oxtra, and the light goes green. Here we come again. First semi-final for those two young drivers, Canada and Netherlands. And it was a good start for Ava Cabral by the look of it. Is she the one in front? Yes, she is. And she caught Meryl Oxtra by surprise, so to speak. Or was she caught napping? Just the way to put it. But the gap has been slightly extended already in the first few turns. And at this rate, well, that's certainly a dream start to his race for Ava Cabral, one of the many lady drivers that we have in the mini category. Ava Cabral, we have 6 young lady drivers competing here since the start of the weekend. We had Manuela Garvao Bernardelli, Ava Cabral on track and on screen, Célie Perichot, Lena Straub, the youngest driver of the entire Olympics of Motorsport this year. We had Agam Shriki as well. We have Meryl Oxtra. A total of 6 lady drivers competing this weekend with us, and Ava Cabral is doing an immense job at keeping Meryl Oxtra at bay for the moment. 4 seconds is the gap at the end of the opening lap, and now we're about to conclude already what is the semi-final number 1 for those two drivers. Ava Cabral, Meryl Oxtra, advantage Team Canada in front of Team Netherlands. As for now, we had victories going the way of drivers before as well. But advantage Fuertes and Spain in the first semi-final. Advantage Canada in this second confrontation. We're going to have Fuertes and Arshka from Czech Republic back in a minute, just after this one. And then the grids and the confrontation will be established for the finals. Checkered flag and the victory for Ava Cabral, who suffered little to no position from Meryl Oxtra into the race. It's fair to be said, as they have been split onto the line by 6 full seconds, with the fastest lap in the race. Ava Cabral was fastest in her last race in the 55.1. While back with Hugo Fuertes and Michael Erska already ready onto the pre-grid. Hugo Fuertes, Michael Erska. This is the next confrontation in the mini category as part of the cross-car semi-final. As the green flag is being waved once again. Thank you ever so much for joining us live on the YouTube channel of the FIA Motorsport Games. As the light go green, Fuertes against Michael Erska. Watch out, side by side. Oh, and let's try not to get yourself stuck into turn number 1. That would be quite uneasy and an uncomfortable situation. And by the look of it, I think the Spaniard just got the upper hand. And this is the other way around. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Hugo Fuertes was close side by side. First few meters on the way to the breaking point of turn number 1. But Hugo Fuertes from the outside was able to hold on to that line and get ahead of Michael Erska. These are the same two drivers in the same order for now. Let's see if the Czech driver will be able to switch those positions, reverse the situation to his advantage. Always easier said than done, but being chased is not quite the same as being the chaser. You have more pressure once in the lead, even though Hugo Fortes has been demonstrating how much he can handle that pressure. Not only driving with no mistake, but also being able to build a gap and extend that distance on Michael Erska. 0.7 of a second at the end of the opening lap. Let's see if we can be able to extend that. But at this point, semi-final stage in the mini category of the Cross Car Championships, it's about trying every trick of the book and sometimes a little bit desperate in the last lap of what had been a very close competition. Well, you might just want to send it, actually. You just want to send it down the inside or going the long way around. We've seen that in the last sector of the track coming to turn between turn 9 and 11. Sometimes it has paid off, some of the times not so much, unfortunately. But this time around, I think, unfortunately for Michael Erska, is a little bit too far from the Spanish leader to try anything of late in the last lap. So that means victory number 2 in as many semifinals for Hugo Fortes, who crosses the line and celebrates already, trying to stay on the racing line. But Hugo Fortes from Spain winning once again on home soil. That's 2 semifinals in the bag for Hugo Fortes. That means that we'll see more of the Spanish driver up into the final 8. Well done to Hugo Fortes. We have our first finalist in the mini category. The second one, well, we're going to have to wait for the second confrontation between Ava Cabral and Merel Ostra. But once again, well done to Hugo Fortes, who has been certainly one of the top names of the mini category, confirming once again that he will be the one to beat, and will be the one to beat until the very end of this competition. Ava Cabral and Merel Ostra, Canada against the Netherlands. This is your position for the last of the 4 semifinals of the mini category as part of the cross car competition in the FIA Motorsport Games. Ladies and gents, we have our first finalist in the category for the final 8 with the young driver from Spain, Hugo Fortes. 2 victories out of 2 in the semifinal, and who will get up to that final 8 to try to give him a hard time into that last race of them all. Will it be Cabral with 1 win under a name? Will it be Ostra with 1 more chance to switch things around, maybe? If she's able to take the win with the fastest lap, faster than the best lap of Ava Cabral in the semi-final before, well, there could be a chance for Ostra to get herself up into that final. Still, if it's not happening the way she wants, she will get 1 more race to go through the final B with 1 medal up for grab, the bronze medal for 3rd place. That's, of course, the least we wish for her. Let's see about the battles, as we have 1 of the 2 drivers on through the pre-grid waiting for the second one. I do hope that everything is going according to plan into the background, behind the scenes. And for those of you who were not aware, but while in the junior and the senior everybody has its own car, the mini category being very much a new project, a new class added for the first time in the FIA Motorsport Games. This has been created from scratch in the space of months to have those new buggies aligned for the competition, bringing a new open door to the world of off-road racing to the youngsters. Well, and because of that, we only have 4 cars for 14 drivers. And you might wonder, well, how does that work? Well, basically, they're switching from from one driver to the other, playing with those 4 cars, which means also that they're being put under a lot of pressure in terms of technical and mechanical pressure, because that's a lot of races, only 4 cars, sometimes a lot of repairs needed just to maintain them in a racing state until the end. That might be one of the reasons why we're still missing a driver. I do hope that the buggy is still up for racing, but we have one of the two onto the grid, and let's see when the front row will be complete with both Ava Cabral and Merel Ostra for the last semi-final on schedule today. As we're going to take a short break, and we'll be back just after this.
Vale, Peparrillas, estamos aquí. Van a empezar a entrar los juniors para la final. Vamos a la técnica y cogemos papeles. todos. Cuando tenemos un accidente en pista, un coche parado y estamos enseñando bandera amarilla, solo lo enseñamos durante 2 vueltas. Si es una bandera amarilla, solo lo enseñamos durante 2 vueltas, ¿vale? Cuando no durante 2 veces, la podremos sacar. En todo caso, os preguntáis, ¿vale? Pues ya ves.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment you've been all waiting for. The final of the junior class of the cross-car competition as part of the 2024 FIA Motorsport Games. The moment is now. We've been through all the qualifying heats. We've been through the semi-finals. Now it's only down to those 10 drivers on the grid of that junior class. We had 14 of them to start with. Only 10 make it to the final grid for the junior category. Diego Martinez on the left side of your picture is the one sitting on pole position after having taken one of the wins in the semi-final and a couple of qualifying heat wins as well. He's the one to beat on home soil, competing in front of his peers, in front of his public in Spain, in the beautiful region of Valencia. The flags are waving, the rain has stopped, the conditions are met. We're ready to go fighting for the first of the two finals that we're going to have straight in a row. Juniors first, then the seniors, then we'll go back to the minis for the respective finals as well. The track is set. Turn number 5 will be one to watch. The grid is on the pre-grid, ready to go. The green flag is waving. Diego Martinez, Sacha Dayo, Luca Cartel, Spain, France, Belgium on the front row of the grid, ready to go for battle for 7 laps. The green light is on. We're racing. And the great start from the middle of the pack from Sacha Dayo. And contact! The Belgian driver, Luca Cartel, is out of the race. Is he now? Drama at the start of the final of the junior category. Those two are trying to get away from each other. They're stuck. Brian-Luca Neumayer from Germany is the other driver involved into that contact. Disaster for Luca Cartel. He was one of the favorites. As those two, you can see them from the right side of your picture. They're quite able to get around and get unstuck from that turn number 1. But then a big coming together. Big crash further back into turn number 9. We have up to 3, maybe 4 drivers involved in the lead. Look at that mayhem. There's no way to go through. The track is completely blocked by the look of it. 4 drivers in the same picture coming together. 2 before. Where can they go? Where can they go? Here comes the Belgian. Here comes the German as well. Well, that might actually go their way, as Sacha Dayo is very much in the lead. JJ Normutik from Estonia is right back on his tail. And considering the mayhem that just happened between 4 drivers on the opening lap, well, unexpectedly, we're going to have Luca Cartel and the German driver Brian-Luca Neumayer climbing through the field. And Diego Martinez was down to P5. Martinez is involved. Martinez is involved as well in that big crash, and red flag. Red flag is being waved. We're going to have to come to a stop at the moment for the final of the junior class. But what a start of proceedings that is. Jesus Christ, Jesus me, this has been certainly one of the most hectic starts of a race so far that we've seen in the FIA Motorsport Games. Mayhem at all corners. Sacha Dayo was having the upper hand at some point from the middle of the front row. He had the best start, got himself in the lead in front of Diego Martinez. Just behind you, so very fast on the right side. Just as they were making their way into turn number 1, coming together, Brian-Luca Neumayer as well as Luca Cartel. Two were stuck against one another. They were trying, pushing, kicking the throttle to get themselves out of the situation. And later on, at the end of the opening lap, in turn number 9, 4 drivers coming together. I think we had like Josephine Bernardo Beatty, as well as Pim Vlasak and maybe Diego Martinez involved. But as for now, we have only 3 drivers left in that final. And here they are, 3 drivers left. Sacha Dayo, JJ Normutik, and Vasilios Iliopoulos. They're still classified, but I do wonder where the rest is. Well, still onto the track, still stuck into turn number 9. But, well, Jesus me, this is certainly totally unexpected on our part. We do have still Thomas Pregliasco. Thomas Pregliasco from Argentina is still very much with us. He's still classified in 4th place. But it means that for the moment, we're still missing Diego Martinez, Cartel, Pim Vlasak, Luca Neumayer, and Josephine Onvingst. Well, what to say about this opening few laps? 7 laps to go through for that final for the junior category for drivers between 13 and 15 years of age, and it's certainly the worst case scenario for some of the contenders out there. And some of the drivers, you can see them starting to get themselves out of that mess in turn number 9. Well, I guess we're going to have to do it again. We're going to have to do it all over again, ladies and gentlemen. Stay with us as the drivers first will try. Look at that. We have Martinez on the right side, the 197 as well. Bernardo Titti, as well as the 114, Pim Flassak. The other two drivers still stuck together. And Diego Martinez is trying to get away from the 197, the Bernardo Bitti, with the help of the marshals, very fast onto the scene. But Martinez, and hopefully not too much trouble on the mechanical side by the look of it, unless something happens for Pim Flassak, the Dutch driver. Hopefully Team Netherlands will still have its contender into that final, but will he be able to get back to get his engine back running on his own? Does he need to be pulled out of the track and dragged on the emergency road and go around one more time until the pre-grid? Remains to be seen, but he's still stuck, and it's being discussed at the moment with the marshals and the officials. It seems to me that he's going to need a little bit of extra help to get back to the Parc Fermé and hopefully being able to take part in the final. But that's quite unfortunate for Pim Flassak. Into that big coming together. A lot of you out there watching the finals of the junior class. Stay as well with us for the senior final that will come just straight after. And it's very refreshing to see a lot of showing into the grandstands and onto the fences and the little hills around the track of Aspar here. There's been a lot of racing activity all through the course of the weekend so far, both in the cross car and in the karting scene as well. But for now, as the regulation applies, we have completed less than 2 laps into this race out of 7 in total, which means that the starting procedure is going to be applied once again. We're going to do this all over again. As in the meantime, you see that we still have one last race to go for the minis before the finals. Those two were due to get onto the track before the junior final, but due to some technical consideration, this start of the race had to be delayed. So we most likely are going to have 5 races in the minis left after the junior and the senior final. That last race, the consolation race for the 2 drivers that we're supposed to have, and then the 4 races for the finals, Final A and Final B. But that will come later. Now, we're going to have to wait for the junior drivers to get back onto the grid. Hopefully, we do have everybody back with us. It's entirely possible as well that some of the machines got badly hurt into the battle. And when it comes to Pim Flassak, it seems like he needed some extra help to get back into the Parc Fermé in the scale area. Remains to be seen if he will be allowed to keep going for that restart. But mayhem for some of the contenders. Diego Martinez, the pole sitter and prime favorite for the win, had been caught up into that incident. He should be back onto the grid, hopefully for him. Same goes for Lucas Cartel, the Belgian, who had the best start just in front of the Spaniard. We shall see. We're going to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. Stay well with us. Stay well put where you are, as the junior final of the Cross Car Series will be back in no time. Welcome to the FIA Motorsport Games, ladies and gentlemen, live for the, not anymore the junior, but for the senior final. Well, a little bit of explanation if you're joining us right now. Well, you picked up your time perfectly. The senior final is underway. We just had the juniors that came to a close with the red flag. Now, I've been informed that the competitors are going to need a 10-minute repair to make sure that everybody can get back onto the grid. In the meantime, the seniors are with us. This is a prime category in the world of cross car. Some of the European champions. The gold medal winner from 2 years, David Mea, on the pole position on the left side of your picture. The green flag is waving. Sebastian Elon, Jonathan Yililami as well on the front row. And we're racing for the seniors. Green, green, green for the final of the senior cross car. Who will take the medal? And a little bit of a mayhem as some of the drivers outside on the racing line. Into turn number 1, 7 laps to go through on the Aspar Circuit. Welcome along for the cross car senior final. David Mea, the winner of last year, of 2 years ago, gold medal in Marseille. The European champion, a French champion from Bretagne. He's the one certainly to look for. He's the prime favorite in that category. And a little bit of a moment for one of the Spaniards, Ivan Pina Chinchilla. The Spaniard went from P4 to P2. What a start and opening lap for Ivan Pina Chinchilla, up into second place in front of Sebastian Enholm, as well as Adar Melamed. Adar Melamed up to P3, and disaster for Sebastian Enholm, the Swedish driver. He was on the front row of the grid, finds himself all the way down to P5 only. Into turn number 5 they go. The battle is raging. You can see Team Sweden going around the inside. Sebastian Enholm upper place in front of Niklas Lukas Jensen. The battle is on. It's gonna be long. It's gonna be fierce. It's gonna be very tactical and straight to the point until the checkered flag. David Mea, Pina Chinchilla, Adar Melamed. These are the drivers. 1, 2, and now 3 crossing the line just in front of us. 4th place, Sebastian Enholm in front of Jensen. Yililami, Jonathan Yililami from Finland, Team Finland, all the way down to P6 only. He was on the front row of that grid. Disaster striking as well for the driver from Team Finland. Unfortunately, he's trying to keep up from Felix Bodelmeier, the German. Then we have Maciej Lakowski down in P8 in front of Joris Denis and Sahil Khanna. That's for your top 10 at the moment. We had 25 drivers, 25 nations represented, only 10 of them in the final of the cross car senior category. And David Mea, 2.1 seconds. Look at the Frenchman doing what he does best. A little bit of a contact. A slight error, a slight mistake from David Mea on the inside of turn number 3. Just kick the dust, kick the dirt just a little bit as the and mistake as well for Adar Melamed. Adar Melamed from Team Israel just lost it on the outside of turn number 5. Does that mean that the grip conditions not as much as they used to be? Certainly a couple of mistakes from one of the 2 favorites out there. Nothing to worry about for David Mea. Ivan Pina Chinchilla still in second place, very much trying to catch up as well. He still has 2.3 seconds, has run the inside. That's the number 15 of Jonathan Yililami. He's trying to make up a little bit the ground that he lost in the opening stages, but unfortunately it's not going according to plan for Jonathan Yililami, dropping another spot to 8th place in total. Yililami was expecting to fight at the forefront. He's having none of it, unfortunately. And now, well, it's just all the way down to P8. Very far from the driver he was hoping to give a hard time. David Mea, 2.3 seconds still advantage on Pina Chinchilla. The Spanish drivers trying every trick of the book to try to decrease that gap. 2.3, and now it's down to 2.6 now, almost 2.7. Well, Mea is doing the job. He's not having anyone else but himself to try to get his hands on that gold medal. Will this be back-to-back gold medal for France? In second place, Pina Chinchilla once again, as 2 years ago in Marseille. He could only but have to conclude his weekend with the silver medal for Pina Chinchilla. Once again, the scenario of Marseille is repeating itself at the advantage of the French driver in the lead. Sebastian Enholm from Sweden down in P3 still, with 4 seconds at disadvantage on Pina Chinchilla. So unless anything dramatic happens into that last lap, either to David Mea or Pina Chinchilla, I don't think that anyone else will have the chance to get his hands on the gold and the silver. David Mea, the Frenchman, the last few turns into that last lap of the senior category. The cross car senior is, you can see his fist in the air. He knows what he's done. He knows the achievement at hand. Checkered flag and another gold medal for France and David Meillard. 2 years after Marseille and winning on home soil, David Meillard does it again. Takes gold medal, back-to-back victories in the cross car senior championship final. Ivan Pinakin-Kia once again having to admit defeat, but still that's another gold medal. That's another medal, and a silver this time for Pinakin-Kia. Another medal for Spain, leading the board of rewards so far for the hosting nation. Sebastian Hanholm from Team Sweden picking up bronze medal in third place from Adar Meladed from Team Israel in P5. Then we have Niklas Lukas Jensen, the number 96 from P5. Brilliant performance as well for Lukas Jensen, the number 96 representing. Just give me a second. Denmark, of course. Niklas Lukas Jensen, Denmark, from the German Felix Budenmeier. Then we have the Poland, Masis Lakowski. The Finnish driver, Jonathan Ililami. Quite unfortunate turn of event for him, as he was hoping to fight at the forefront, but he was having none of it in the end. Then we have Johan Diniz from Portugal and Sahil Khanna from India. And look at the celebrations. It can start for the top 3 drivers of the cross car senior final. Gold medal, another one for David Meillard. Then we have silver medal for Ivan Pinakin-Kia and bronze medal for Sebastian Hanholm, France, Spain and Sweden on the podium of the prime category in the cross car off-road competition. Well done to you guys. Well done to everybody. 10 drivers at the start, 10 drivers at the finish of what has been a hectic final in the senior category. A little bit of mayhem in the opening stages, and as you can see, well, after the final, a little bit of a washing this time around. I don't think the cars don't look to me as dirty as they were before. It's fair to say that the track has been drying out for the past few races, and as you can see, especially on the racing line, no more rain, a little bit of standing water where the drivers certainly won't risk putting the wheels in, but for the most part, no trouble at all when it comes to washing those beautiful baggies from the cross car senior category. Well, we're gonna take a bit of a breather, ladies and gentlemen, but stay with us, as in the meantime I suggest to you a little bit of a break with the mini category, as we have Ava Cabral and Merel Hoekstra, Canada against Netherlands, competing for the last consolation race. The green flag is waving and the light goes green as well. Cabral against Hoekstra. Here we go. A slightly different format of a race, that's for sure, after the 7 laps of that hectic final in the senior category. Is down to the little minis, and that's a bright opportunity for them to show the performance, show the driving skills to the many people who have been gathering around the Aspar Circuit. Thank you ever so much once again for being with us, whether you are on location or online, live on the YouTube channel of the FIA Motorsport Games. Now, coming back to the minis, as we were supposed to have this race earlier, but due to some technical non-conformity and discussion with one of the machines, one of the buggies created by Life, well, we had to delay that last consolation race between Cabral and Hoekstra. This is the race number 25 in the mini category. This is the very last one. Cabral and Hoekstra, the semi-final, my apologies, actually. This is indeed the second semi-final. We're going to have 2 of them actually competing for a spot in the final. So there you go. Getting a bit lost in track there in terms of schedule, but this is very much not anymore a consolation race, don't get me wrong. This is very much the semi-final that we were supposed to have just before the finals of the senior and the junior. So back on track, and there's a place up for grab into the final. We have already one finalist in the young Spaniard, Hugo Fuertes, on home soil. He has a chance to offer another medal to Spain. We just had a medal in the senior category for Pinakin-Kia, the silver medal. Diego Martinez has a strong chance as well to bring another medal in the junior final, coming just after this one, because I've been told that despite being involved in that incident and provoking the red flag, he should be allowed to get back on track. In the meantime, the checkered flag is waving. Merel Hoekstra, Ava Cabral split by just 0.3 of a second onto the line. And the final result of those two races will give us the second finalist for the final of the mini category. And since there's been a little bit of discussions in the background as well, we're going to have those two competing for 2 races, because one race done before, but it's now down to 2 again on same machinery. So Marielle Hoekstra taking this time around the victory in the opening race. That's an interesting one, because Ava Cabral had won the race that we had before, so it's down to 0 again. And this is the Dutchman, the Dutch lady driver Marielle Hoekstra, taking the victory this time around in front of Ava Cabral. This was a close call. The Canadian still has a chance to maybe switch those positions and get herself into the final for the mini category. And the loser, obviously, out of those 2 semi-final races, will still get a chance to dispute one last race, the final B, that will eventually award the bronze medal. So we'll be back in a moment with the second confrontation between Marielle Hoekstra and Ava Cabral. The mini category to run things up for the semi-final stage here as part of the FIA Motorsport Games. The first ever appearance of those little buggies for the drivers between 8 and 12 years of age. As due to technical matters earlier, as we said before, we are getting down to 0 for those two. 2 races to go through. One is done. Victory for Marielle Hoekstra. And second place for Ava Cabral. Now it's down to the Canadian to try to maybe reverse the situation to an advantage. And as a result, at the end of those 2 races, the driver with either 2 races wins, or in the case of a tie, the fastest lap of the 2 races combined, will make it to the next stage, being the final A that will be taking place after the senior final. The junior final, my apologies. The senior final is done with the medals going the way of France, again for David Mea. But the junior final that we had before, but that got stopped through a red flag, will just follow this last semi-final of the mini category. And once the juniors are done and the medals are awarded, we will have still that mini class to run things up with not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 final races for the A and the B twice every time. So, Marielle Hoekstra and Ava Cabral, round number 2. There's a place in the final up for grab. Marielle Hoekstra has 1 win under her name. Ava Cabral is going to try to do the same this time around. That won't be an easy task at all. Side by side, outside of turn number 1. Watch out not to do anything unwise. And run the outside, beautifully made by Marielle Hoekstra. She's certainly feeling some wings behind her back with that victory in the bag, and trying to give a hard time to Ava Cabral. And that's a way of showing her that, well, this semi-final shall be mine on the way to the final of that mini category. Yes, Ava Cabral is still very much on her tail, so there's going to be an interesting tussle for victory and for a place potentially into the final. It's down as well to fastest lap times between the two, with the 2 races combined. But as for now, Marielle Hoekstra is leading at the end of this opening lap. Ava Cabral very much on her tail. 1 last lap already. 830 meters long, 11 turns. A couple of straights as well. 1 hairpin in turn number 5. A couple of overtaking opportunities, and that's certainly what Ava Cabral is looking for at the moment, trying to get ourselves either left or right. That's always the tricky part, isn't it? Just once you get your wheels outside of the racing line, the grip is totally different. You get into the dirt, you get into the mud, and quite difficult in that situation to keep up with the momentum outside of the turns. And as for now, will it go down on the wire? Will it go down on the wire in the last sector? A little bit of a bump. Hoekstra in the lead. She has 1 win to her name already. A second win would mean a place into the final of that mini category. Ava Cabral knows it, and she wants to go for the move, coming across in the last sector, crossing the line. She's not quite able to carry the momentum to get ahead into the checkered flag. Victory for Merel Hoekstra from Netherlands. Team Canada with Ava Cabral in second place, and not particularly happy, unfortunately. We can easily understand the frustration of Ava Cabral, not able to make it past her opponent, Merel Hoekstra, to take that first one, that P1 position at the end of this second and last semi-final for the mini class. They're gonna get back to the pits as well as to the paddock down to the Aspar Circuit. And ladies and gentlemen, stay with us because next is the junior final, round 2 at least. Let's try to make this right this time around. Ten drivers, junior category, cross car final. The decorum is set. The conditions are met. Still very cloudy above our heads, but a dry line, a dry track, dry conditions. Let's keep it that way, shall we? Even though rain had been expecting throughout the morning, we've had some drops, we had some pouring rain at some point, but nothing to worry about. Not some sort of lasting rain that could put the track and well-being of the drivers into jeopardy. But as for now, talking about some drama, if you were not with us earlier into this program, well, this is the second time that we get to see the field of junior drivers going for the final. The reason being is that we had the start that went to mayhem, and the opening lap we lost up to 6 drivers, and we only had like 4 drivers back on track after that opening lap. So it was decided after red flag, because at some point in turn number 9, Diego Martinez and some of the drivers as well were involved in that big coming together, and there was pretty much nowhere to go out around the outside in that very narrow part of the track for any of the drivers. So decision was made in order for everybody to have another spot onto the grid and another shot at the victory potentially, to call it a red flag and do this all over again. And I've been told that decision was made for everybody to find the space back and the spot back onto the grid. So Diego Martinez on the left side of your picture is the one sitting on pole position. The Spaniard is on home soil, in front of his peers, in front of his friends, in front of many supporters, I'm sure, watching along on the YouTube channel, the FIA Motorsport Games. Sacha, the Frenchman, in the middle. Watch out for him. He took the best start in the first attempt of a race. Cartel by his side as well, from third on the grid, is going to be on the right side of your picture. On the outside, coming to turn number 1, maybe not the easiest of position. He got tangled a little bit on the way to turn number 1 and got stuck with Brian Lucanemeyer, the German, coming from 7 on the grid. Between them, they have J. Jenner Mutic, Thomas Pregrasquillo, Pim Vlasak, but also at the back end, Bernardo Betti, Vasilios Eliopoulos, and Josephine Olvingst. 10 drivers, 10 nationalities. We have Spain, France, Belgium, Estonia, Argentina, Netherlands, Germany, Italy, Greece, and Sweden. All ready to go for battle. 7 laps to go through. Diego Martinez is on pole position. That's a big deal. Spain has already won silver medal in the cross car category, with Pina Kinkia earlier into the senior class. Can he make it 2 medals in a row? Can this medal be bronze? Can it be silver? Can it be the only one he's having in mind, the gold one? Once the light goes green, we are racing now for the junior final at last. Great start as well. Once again for Sacha from the middle of. Yes, he does, and this time it's going well as well for the Belgian driver, Luca Gardel, from third to second in the space of just a few meters, just behind the Frenchman. Where is Diego Martinez? Down to third place into turn number 5. The opening lap is going quite well. Oh, and I've spoken too soon. And the driver, unfortunately, going around the wrong direction into turn number 5. What on earth happened there? He got tangled a little bit and tried actually to get going again. The battle is raging, and taking the lead is Luca Cartel at the end of the opening lap. Belgium in the lead in front of France. Spain down in third with Diego Martinez trying to hold on. Then we have in fourth place Giorgino Mutic from Estonia. 4 drivers in the same picture. What a heck of a start that is, as we've lost Pim Vlasak, the Dutchman. Unfortunately, Pim Vlasak just was removed of that spot where he got stuck in turn number 5, but that's a DNF by the look of it for Pim Vlasak. That's quite unfortunate. He was one of the drivers involved in that big incident in turn number 9 in the first attempt of the final, and unfortunately he got stuck a long time, got back on his wheel, and that's another DNF. Certainly a day to forget completely for Team Dutchland. Now, another lap completed. Luca Cartel, he had been tangled in turn number 1 with another rival. Somehow, thanks to that big coming to is that? I thought for a minute it was France, but unfortunately, Vasilios Iliopoulos, technical problem, unfortunately, for the Greece driver. Vasilios Iliopoulos is tumbling down the order. Technical problem, and another driver having to go through DNF into that junior final, led by Luca Cartel. Nothing to worry about so far, no incident whatsoever. He just took the lead brilliantly in front of Sacha Dayo, who lost the second place to Diego Martinez. Spain is back in second place. France down to third, under the pressure of Estonia, with JJ Normutik trying to give the Frenchman a bit of a hard time outside of turn number 1. Lap number 4 out of 7 for the juniors. Look at the battle raging into turn number 4. Watch out for the hairpin. Cartel first, Martinez second. Still the Frenchman down in third place, under the pressure of Mutik. Then we have Luca Neumeyer and Bernardo Beatty as well, 5th and 6th respectively. Further back as well, this is the unfortunate driver, Vasilios Iliopoulos, is going to have to get back to the pit in no time, otherwise he's going to find himself as a back marker. Yeah, 1 lap down. And yeah, you can see him on the outside of the racing line. He keeps on going, actually, Vasilios Iliopoulos, unless his car comes to a stop at some point. As in the meantime, Luca Cartel is pulling away. Oh, and that might be one of the reasons why there was something wrong going on with Vasilios Iliopoulos' cars. If it's that indeed coming from his car, unfortunately. Oh, and one driver rolling over one driver in turn number 5. Big incident over there. It seemed that, from my perspective, it just did it on his own, unfortunately. Oh, and Martinez is in trouble. Diego Martinez just went for the mistake. Disaster for Diego Martinez, one of the favorites, the local hero, just made a mistake as we were entering the penultimate lap. Disaster, another one into that crazy final. Martinez is out by the look of it. He's still stuck into the dirt. The Greece driver keeps on going. Well, look at what we have. Red flag is being waved. Wow. Yeah, to a point, it was becoming way too much dangerous with that piece of metal, one of the tubes coming from one of the machines, potentially from Vasilios Iliopoulos, but it remains to be confirmed. But yet another red flag. 2 junior finals, 2 red flag, and that does mean at some point that we've been through 5 laps completed already. We were in lap number 6, the penultimate round of that final. The race just came to a red flag, the time certainly for the track to be cleared. And we have, don't forget, one driver in a very, very precarious position, rolling over in turn number 5. Didn't get to see who it was, but I think it might have to be Thomas Pagliasco from Argentina. We had lost Pim Vlasak. Vasilios Iliopoulos is still with us in that race, but going through some difficulties as well. But I didn't get to see who was the driver who got rolled over, getting onto one of the side of the track and doing that on his own by the look of it. But that was a pretty hectic, a pretty frightening incident there. But I guess that's part of what off-road racing and cross car are all about. Sometimes with that amount, that height of a fence on the side of the track, this is what can happen sometimes. But for the time being, the race has come to a stop, as we're gonna need as well, the truck and the officials, the marshals are coming into action, certainly for trying to get first Diego Martinez out of his misery. And you can see the drivers and the machines going back outside of the track. So at this point, the question is, we have the classification as for now 5 laps completed by Luca Cartel, Sacha Dayo, Luca Neumeyer and Bernardo Beatty. I do wonder if that final is gonna start again, since we've covered more than 75% of the distance. I don't think that there will be in nowhere near we should have a restart, and I think that it's very likely that we're not going to have another start to this final. Diego Martinez he must feel certainly so frustrated with himself, so disappointed. A mistake into that turn number 9, at least from a perspective that looked like it very much, as he lost the front wheel into the dirt and got stuck, and maybe some mechanical trouble over there as he's trying to get out of the dirt. But some of his fans, peers and family members are watching from the sideline and trying to see, hoping for their favorite to try to get back onto the track, and it can't have any help from any of the officials. He's got to do this on his own, unfortunately, if he wants to keep on going with the cheers and the support from some of his rivals, checking out about the front suspension, checking out about the chassis, trying to get himself onto the track for now. Will Diego Martinez be able to get back into this race? We'll find out in just a moment. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as Diego Martinez is trying to get back on his own to the Parc Fermé under the watch of the marshals, I've just been informed that there will be no restart to the final. As I was expecting, we've been through the majority of the distance in this final. 5 laps were completed, and we're going to take the classification on the penultimate lap, on the lap before the red flag interruption, which means that this is the classification as it is, still provisional. But we should expect Luca Cartel and Belgium to take another medal after yesterday's performance in the karting endurance race, and Team Belgium picking up the gold medal. Luca Cartel is looking very much so that the little country from Middle Europe, Belgium, will go out from Spain and Valencia with another gold medal in cross car. Luca Cartel wins, as for now, the junior final. Diego Martinez classified in second. That's an interesting one because he got tangled, he made his mistake in the lap of the red flag, so the classification is taken on lap number 4, just before as stated by the regulations. So Diego Martinez, despite his DNF and despite all of his effort to try to get back into the race before the interruption, would still be classified second with the silver medal. And Sacha Dayo from France classified third from JJ Nord-Mutic, Brian-Luca Neumauer, Bernardo Mbiti, Josephine Olgwinst, Thomas Pregliasco, Vasilos Iliopoulos, and Pim Flasak, the only driver officially retired from this junior final. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what a morning of racing. We're not done yet. Don't go anywhere, because the juniors and the seniors are done and dusted for now. The podium celebrations will be taking place at the Ricardo Tormo circuit of Valencia later on this afternoon for all the athletes and competitors of the Olympics of Motorsport. But we still have the minis to reward. We're going to have the 4 finals taking place. We're going to have as well all the competitors now lined up for 2 finals, 4 races, and all 4 competitors, but just 3 medals to be awarded. So stay with us. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back with the mini class. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, live from the Aspar Circuit near the beautiful city of Valencia on the east coast of Spain. If you're joining us right now, and myself, Guillaume Alvarez, your voice, eyes and ears of the cross car competition, well, you picked up your time. This is the final rotation of finals for the mini category, the new addition in the scheme of the cross car competition as part of the FIA Motorsport Games, third edition of the games, and first time that we get the minis to compete for the young drivers between 8 and 12 years of age. Now, the juniors and the seniors give us some fantastic racing. It all comes down to the last 4 races. We have the final A and the final B. The final A, and any of the 2 drivers competing head-to-head will leave Spain as a gold medalist. Driver in second place, you guessed it, silver medal, and the winner of the final B, bronze medal. We're going to have those 4 races going side by side, pretty much starting with the B final, the first race. We're going to have the first race of the E final, back to the B, and then finishing with the A, which means that at the end of those 4 finals, we'll have a podium of young competitors at the end of what has been a long weekend of racing for the first ever time that they get to compete here. Final B, we'll see Michael Erska from Czech Republic and Ava Cabral from Canada. Final A, Hugo Fuertes and Miguel Oxtra, Spain against the Netherlands. And Spain has had 2 medals so far. Silver medals twice in the junior and the senior with Diego Martinez and Pia Canquilla. Now, can Hugo Fuertes make the country hosting the Motorsport Games even prouder with a 3rd medal in a row in the cross car series? Can this medal be turned into gold? We're going to have some answers in no time. Starting with the first of the B final, Cabral against Erska from the Czech Republic. Michael Erska, and the light goes green. Here we go. That's a 7-lap final for the mini category, 4 laps final, shall I say. So don't pay attention on the left side. 4 laps to go through. This is the longest race for those youngsters of the mini category, starting with Cabral and Erska. Let's see who will end up on top. Canada against Czech Republic, as Ava Cabral has been showing some great pace. Same goes to Michael Erska. As in this field of the mini categories, we had 14 drivers to play with. Half of that, 6 to be specific, were being lady drivers. So very nice parity between young male and female drivers in this mini pack. But for now, Ava Cabral is leading the way in front of Erska. That's going to be an interesting one. Lap 1 completed. As a total of... I do wonder now about the length of this final, because I can see on my schedule that we have 4 laps in total, and what's showing, and now it gets updated. So indeed, 4 laps to go through, not 6, not 7. It was done for the juniors and the seniors. 4 laps to go through for the minis. That's twice the distance that they had to fight for in the qualifying races. So that this is the longest race, and they're gonna go through 8 laps in total, twice the 4 times the distance of the qualifying races all throughout the course of the weekend. So that's a long effort for those young minis between 8 and 12 years of age. But between Cabral and Erska, there's a chance for the Canadian driver to take a good option on the final position, on the final medal available. So the battle is for bronze. Michael Erska has a good shot at it as well. Let me remind you that any of those drivers taking 2 wins out of the 2 of the final B will be crowned bronze medalist winner. But in case of a tie, well, it all comes down to the fastest lap time of any of the drivers, both races combined. So it's worth paying attention as well. At the moment, Ava Cabral is the fastest in 54.2. Let's see if she will be able to improve that through the course of that 4-lap race. But Cabral leading the way from Michael Erska at the moment. Just 0.8 of a second. The gap is not that big, but certainly less than what we've been seeing through the course of the qualifying races. So still anything up for grab as we enter lap number 3. Halfway through that race. Number 4, that is, my apologies. This is the last lap already of that first final. Ava Cabral from Canada having the upper hand on Erska from Czech Republic. And with 1.4 seconds now the gap has been extended another 6 tenths of a second. 54.119 is the best lap from Ava Cabral in that race so far. As Canada has a strong chance of a medal with that young Ava Cabral, representing the country on the North American continent. There were 14 nations represented in the field of the mini category. A lot of from Europe, but from all four corners of the world: Brazil, Canada, but also Israel, as well as Peru. Checkered flag is waving. Victory for Ava Cabral from Michalska. Team Canada wins that first confrontation from Team Czech Republic. It all comes down now to the next race, Final A, the first of the two races for Final A. We will see Ava Cabral and Michalska back in 2 races' time. And after that second race, well, there will be no other chance to grab your hand on the last remaining medal available. That will be the bronze medal for the gold, and the silver medal that will come down to the explanation between the young Spaniard that we're going to have just after Hugo Fuertes and Merel Oxtra, Spain against Netherlands. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen, for the final coming along here for the mini category. Welcome back if you're joining us here live from the Aspar Circuit, the final B race number 2 between Canada and Czech Republic. We had a victory of Ava Cabral in front of Michael Aska. Now, this is another chance for the driver from Czech Republic to take his revenge. Watch out, Michael Cabra, as we are into a 4-lap final. Same format as before. This is the second race. Run inside in turn number 5. Beautifully made by one of the two drivers. Didn't get to see who it was precisely from my point of view, but we have a new leader, and this is Czech Republic. Mika Aska is leading that second final. Pay attention and keep in mind that in case of a tie, this is the fastest of the two drivers in both races combined that will make it to the first step of the podium and get his hands on that bronze medal. We're not there yet, but the Czech Republic driver certainly had a bit of a debrief with his mechanic, trying to assess what went wrong in the opening race, try to see what could be done differently maybe through the course of the next 4 laps. But now he just applied certainly those pieces of advice, that a little bit of reflection in between races, brilliantly into the opening lap, going around the inside of Ava Cabral. Ava Cabral still very much in contention for that victory, second place, as we're gonna keep an eye as well on the respective lap times, as Ava Cabral lapped a best performance in 53.952. So 53.952 is the time to beat in order for Michael Aska not only to win the victory in that race, well, to potentially be classified further role behind the two drivers that we're going to see next in the second and last final of the day. The final A, the one that will decide who will grab its hands on the gold medal. Now, another lap completed, 2 laps in, and the gap just went down to 0.6 of a second. Still nothing to do, nothing has been done. It's being done here into this final. 54.5 for Michael Aska and a 54.3 for Ava Cabral. At the moment, Cabral still has the upper hand, if my calculations are correct. But now we'll see. It's might come down to the wire between the drivers of the mini category, because that's going to be an interesting one, that's for sure. As now we can see Cabral in a much better pace coming to the last sector of the track here. Now she's going to certainly give our Czech driver in the lead a bit of a hard time. That's going to be an interesting one, as we're getting a close, very nice close look on the battles for supremacy into that second and last race for the final B. And we went from 6 to half of a second of a gap. Now Ava Cabral 53.910. Well, this is the fastest lap of the race. 53.910 for Ava Cabral, who lapped faster than a best lap in a previous race. So here's in comparison, while Michael Aska not quite as fast in the last lap, and you can see that translates into more pressure on the shoulder of the leader. Watch out, Ava Cabral very much on the pace, very much on the tail of Michael Aska. Will we see Canada getting the upper hand once again on Czech Republic into that last race of the final B? That means there's a bronze medal up for grab for the driver who will finish ahead of the other at the end of those two races combined. Oh, a little bit of a mistake for a Czech Republic driver. Unfortunately, Aska is going wide, and shall we see a side-by-side finish? Ava Cabral takes the win! Ava Cabral takes the win! Do we have one more lap? Do we have one more lap, or is it finished? No, this is finished! Ava Cabral is taking the win! That's 2 wins in a row, and the bronze medal for Canada for just 55,000 of a second on the line. What a race, what a finish from young Ava Cabral. Michael Aska struggling a little bit in his last lap, and just a few inches, a few meters from the line. Good exit, good momentum carried out by Ava Cabral in the last turn. It was a side-by-side photo finish arrival, but Cabral, for just 55,000 a second, managed to take victory number 2, which means that she will step on the podium with the bronze medal of the mini class in the cross car category. Well done to her, well done as well to Michael Aska. And if it stays like that, if nothing is being said about the result and the way it was put, well, we are going to have our drivers in third and fourth position respectively, waiting for the final of the mini class. Stay with us for the last one to run things up here for the mini category as part of the FIA Motorsport Games. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back on the YouTube channel of the FIA Motorsport Games 2024. We're getting ourselves all ready for the last two races on schedule for the cross-car categories. The juniors and the seniors are behind us. We've had the two finals, the two races for the final B. Well, apologies for the slight confusion, but there's been another change of schedule. The final B is done, and we have the, if nothing changes, back on based on the track result, we have the bronze medal going to Canada. We have the young Eva Cabral taking the 2 wins out of 2 races. Now it's down to the final A. Who will take the gold in the mini category of the cross-car competition? Off-road action plenty all throughout the weekend on that 835 meters of length for this circuit of Aspar. Now it's down to Netherlands and Spain. Merel Hoekstra, Hugo Fuertes, who will come out on top at the end of not one but 2 races as well. 4 laps to go through, and at the moment from the start, well, we have Spain in the lead. Hugo Fuertes, the fastest in qualifying practice, jumped past the round of 14 to start the competition straight away to the quarterfinals, and from the quarterfinals he just made his way through, beating one driver after the other, as going a bit around here into number 10 and 9, but allowed Merel Hoekstra, one of the youngest drivers in the pack of the mini category and the entire FIA Motorsport Games as well. So shall we see one of the youngest drivers ever to be competing at this level winning the gold medal as part of the mini category? It remains to be seen. Merel Hoekstra will have a hard time certainly, as she's tried to have a sneak peek on the inside of our leader Merel Hoekstra, but Hugo Fuertes is shutting that door on the way to turn number 5, but the pressure is mounting. That's going to be an interesting tussle for victory. First victory, a second could make it obviously a gold medal, but let me remind you that in case of a tie, it's down to the lap time performances, as Eva Cabral not only was fastest every time than arrival from Czech Republic in the first 2 races, but she was able to snatch that victory in the last race, just a few meters from the line, 55,000 of a second, side by side at the checkered flag, would you believe. As for now, fastest lap for Merel Hoekstra in second place, 55.3. That's an important one to keep in mind. But the mission is simple for Merel Hoekstra in second place. Get ahead of Hugo Fuertes. And once again, she's trying a different racing line. That's a way as well, even though she's not trying, as we are in lap number 3 out of 4. Even though she's not trying, well, that's a way of showing your opponent that I'm right behind you. I'm right on your tail. And you can see that we're not alone here above the track of Aspar. Very nice, lovely colors of an helicopter surrounding us from España. As we're back here on the ground, back here for the battle plenty for supremacy into the mini category. There's 2 medals up for grab, either the gold, either the silver. Here we go. 3 laps completed into the last one. Hugo Fuertes still in the lead. Merel Hoekstra right on his tail, 6/10 of a second, just about 1.5 meters. She had a good exit in the last sector of the track, and she's very much pressuring the leader on the inside. Watch out when you put your wheels. But that racing line has become very, very narrow. Coming to turn number 4 and 5 to happen. That's going to come to a close, but not without a fight, that's for sure. Hugo Fuertes, can he bring another medal on the table for Spain? Spain has been leading the table when it comes to medal rewards so far this weekend for the Motorsport Games. Up to this point, they have 8 medals, 5 of gold, 2 more medals, each a silver in the junior and the senior for Spain. Can silver turn into gold in the mini class? Hugo Fuertes is doing the job. The checkered flag is waving to welcome the Spanish driver. That's 1 race completed. There's another one for that final A. But Hugo Fuertes with the fastest lap, 55.321. That's interesting stats as well. 55.321. I'll take that on my notes. But despite being second in the line, Merel Hoekstra was able to get out of that first race with the fastest lap. So 55.321, while Hugo Fuertes has lapped in 55.373 as his best performance in the last lap. So Final A, race 1 completed. Hugo Fuertes from Spain has taken the win from Merel Oxtra. They're going to go around on the emergency road just outside of the track, through the scale, and ready in no time on the pre-grid for the second and last final race. And nice to see the cheering from some of the mechanics and family members as the Spanish flag is waving into the air as the drivers make their way back through the emergency road, through the washing zone outside of the track, and back through the scale and the pre-grid just after this. But you have still a lot of the personnel from Life as well. The other ones from Belgium in Saint-Vit in the east part of Belgium. The enterprise who came up with the concept of the mini chassis, the mini buggies as part of the cross-car competition. Life whose co-manager and co-founder is none other than Belgian legend of World Rally, Thierry Neuville. Watching along, I'm sure, about to check out about how the new invention from Life is doing on track. Life not only creating buggies and creating chassis and cars for the cross-car and off-road competition, but also running their own team as well, providing services to a lot of clients, not only in Belgium but all throughout Europe as well, to the European Championship, and one of the main partners of the FIA in the SRO Motorsport group, to make sure that this competition can come to fruition as part of the Motorsport Games. Let me remind you as well that this track is brand new. It has been built specifically for the Motorsport Games just a few days before the start of the competition, to make sure that this could happen on this location of the Aspar Circuit alongside the karting scheduling competition as well. And it's fair to say that despite the tricks of the weather, despite some of the mechanical tricks as well, and some late changes and some of the changes of schedule along the way, I must Cross-car Mini is up and running for the last race of the weekend, ladies and gentlemen. As I was saying, this has been a pleasure and an honor to be with you, to follow the action live from the Aspar Circuit of off-road action as part of the games. We have one more race to go, the last one, the final that will decide everything for the Mini category. The final A between Hugo Fuertes and Merel Oxtra, as the young drivers will come back onto the track in no time. Welcome everyone for the last race of the day in this finals day here in the beautiful region of Valencia on the Aspar Circuit Cross Car Mini Final A Race 2. And we have another chance for one of the drivers to maybe get his hands on the gold medal. Will this gold medal go the way of Merel Oxtra? Will it go the way of Hugo Fuertes? Will Fuertes be the third Spanish driver to win a medal this afternoon in a cross-car off-road competition? It remains to be seen. He just took the win in the Final A Race 1, but the fastest lap went to Merel Oxtra. That's an interesting one because in case of a tie, well, that's the fastest performance of the two races combined that can give the advantage to any of the drivers. Side by side, here we go. The light went green. Oh, and contact already. Watch out not to get yourself into the dirt and to go to a DNF at that early stage, but forcing his way through. Hugo Fuertes on the left takes Team Spain again in the lead of that second final of the mini category. Whoa, what a start that was. It was a bit hectic, wasn't it? As you can feel that this is now or never for Merel Oxtra, for Hugo Fuertes as well. There's no room for mistake, no room for backing off just too much and maybe wait for the last lap to make a difference. This is now or never that the difference needs to be made. And for now, Hugo Fuertes just didn't let himself be impressed. Merel Oxtra just tried to hold on to a lead, but Fuertes just fought his way through, back in the lead, clipping the curb a little bit. Yeah, the so-called curb with the dirt alongside the racing line, but banging wheels just a tiny bit on the outside of turn number 1. And as a result, Hugo Fuertes has been able to build himself a bit of a gap, 1.4 seconds as we enter lap number 2. Now it's down to Merel Oxtra to try to refocus on the task at hand. The gap has been built, but there's still time in that final to try to switch those positions to at least give the leader a bit of a hard time to try to get close as much as possible out of turn number 5. And you can hear some, hopefully for you guys as well on the streaming, the shouting, the cheering up for that young driver from Spain. We've had medals so far for Spain, leading the table of medals. 8 medals so far in total. Will this be gold medal number 6 for Spain on Omsor a la casa for Hugo Fuertes? We're not there yet. Let's not put any pressure any more than he has already on his young shoulders for the current leader of the mini category in cross car. Lap number 2 completed. Here we go into lap number 3. And the gap has been again extended 2 full seconds now for Hugo Fuertes. If it stays like that, it's no longer down to any lap time performance, down to the track result. And Hugo Fuertes, if he keeps on going like that, will be the third driver from Spain to bring a medal home. But he will be the only one, again, if he stays like that, to have it golden, as the other drivers in the junior and the senior class made it to a second place with Diego Martinez after a crazy final in the junior class, only bringing home a silver medal, as Pina Quinquilla in the senior category was able to make it to second place as well, behind David Mea, who was back in the day, back at the time of that race, completely uncatchable. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, last lap of the race, the fastest lap so far of that second final. And Hugo Fuertes with a 2.6 lead on Merel Oxtra can certainly allow himself to back up a little bit and not try to do anything unwise into that last lap. And he's starting to look good. He's starting to smell good as well for Hugo Fuertes. He's been the fastest in qualifying, entering the weekend. He's been winning ever since, making his way, paving his way to the final. First race of that Final A, the victory. Second race, just a couple of corners left into the last sector. The left in turn number 9. Let's keep the focus on until the checkered flag, with the cheering and the Spanish flags waving in the air as well. Winning on Omsol. He's bringing gold medal back home. Viva España para Hugo Fuertes, winner of the first ever final of the mini category as part of the cross car competition. He's a gold medalist winner as part of the FIA Motorsport Games. Hugo Fuertes wins in front of Merel Oxtra. And you can feel the emotion cheering up already, celebrating inside his little cockpit. And the cheering as well goes on the sideline as well, with the family members, the parents and the friends cheering on as part of the Spanish Federation. But Hugo Fuertes wins for Spain in the mini final in 2 races as part of the Cross Car FIA Motorsport Games competition. Well done to you, Hugo. Well done to Merel Hoekstra after the Proficiat. This is silver medal for Team Netherlands, gold medal for Team Spain, and bronze medal for Team Canada, with Ava Cabral, winner of the Final B, at least based on track results. But a beautiful performance for all of our competitors in the mini class between 8 and 12 years of age. We had 14 to start with, but only 2 for the most expected of all races, the Final A. But in the end, there could only be 1 winner, and this will go to Hugo Fuertes. So well done to Hugo, well done to Spain, bringing home 3 medals in all 3 classes, 1 gold, 2 silvers. A good day at the office in the cross car competition for Spain, as well as for the other drivers being part of that beautiful competition. This will be time, ladies and gentlemen, to run things up for this year's edition of the Cross Car. The time to enjoy the celebrations, the cheering up of all the friends and family members of Hugo Fuertes. Spain wins on home soil, and as the drivers make their way back to the pit, you can see as well a little bit further back for Merel Hoekstra. Some good words, certainly, some debrief, some congratulations are in order as well for the performance of the young driver from the Netherlands, one of the youngest drivers in the entire field of the FIA Motorsport Games. 8 years old and 2 months, would you believe? But she pulled off a great performances, bringing home a silver medal under the applause and the cheering of both the Spanish and the Dutch camp. But the victory in the end in the mini class goes to Spain on home soil. La victoria para Hugo Fuertes en España on home soil. A beautiful achievement, and celebrations and congratulations are indeed in order for Hugo Fuertes. We had Diego Martinez taking the silver medal into the junior final. We had Pina Quinquilla taking another silver medal in the senior final. And now it's down to young Hugo Fuertes to bring the gold back home into the mini category. Well done to him, well done to España, and well done to all of you guys as part of the organization, as this will be the last few pictures of today's program. This has been a pleasure. My name was Guillermo Alvarez, and I've been your voice, eyes and ears for the first edition of the mini finals, as well as for the juniors and the seniors, being present for the second time after Marseille and Paul Ricard 2 years ago. This is it, ladies and gentlemen, for Cross Car, the off-road competition as part of this year's FIA Motorsport Games. We'll leave it there. The congratulations, the cheering up for Hugo Fuertes and Merel Hoekstra, our last 2 drivers for the mini class. And it has been one heck of a show. I do hope that you've appreciated what you have seen through the YouTube channel of the FIA Motorsport Games. Thanks to everybody here as part of the Aspar Circuit, SRO Motorsport Group, the FIA, the RGMMC Group as well, the main partner of this beautiful event. This has been hectic, this has been frantic, this has been sometimes difficult, but we made it through, and this has been a pleasure. For myself, Guillaume Alvarez, and the entire crew at RGMMC, this is see you next time, and have a good end of your weekend. Bye-bye.